Well, and here we are again. Good afternoon, everyone. The fourth round of the 108th Edward Lasker Memorial / 2024 Marshall Chess Club Championship is underway. And something unusual is taking place today, this fine Saturday afternoon, because we had two tournament leaders with a 100% score, Grandmaster Andrew Tang and Grandmaster Jurabek Komrakulov. But Komrakulov had decided before the tournament that he would not be able to attend rounds number 4 and 5. So he won all 3 games which he played, and he is the co-leader of the event with Grandmaster Andrew Tang. But they are not clashing today because Komrakulov is taking a bye and he's gaining half a point for that. He's not playing today at all. So he's taking a bye on round number 4 and also round number 5. He's going to be given half a point for each of those rounds because that's how these tournament rules work when a player requests a bye beforehand. And so it is up to Andrew Tang in his game with the white pieces against Joshua Colas to keep his 100% score. And we've just had the first move, and Andrew Tang played his characteristic d4. This is the only move we have so far for this game. And Rangaw87 is the newest subscriber to the Twitch channel of the Marshall Chess Club. We appreciate that. Rangaw87. We'll see what type of opening we'll have in Andrew Tang's game, but this is a great spot for Andrew Tang. FIDE Master Joshua Colas is playing tremendously well, 2.5 out of 3, and a very well-deserved spot on board number 1. But Andrew Tang is playing the best chess of the tournament, and he has the white pieces and the extra motivation that the co-leader is not playing. Goes without saying that Andrew Tang has it in his hands to be the only player with a 100% score going into round 5. So let's take a look at the opening on board number 6. We will keep the trend of analyzing the top 8 boards and getting as many interviews as we can get with players from the top 8 boards as the games end. And the young Egyptian international master Kevin George, just 14 years old, great kid. We were able to get a really nice interview with him in one of his wins earlier. He aspires to be a grandmaster, and given the fact that he is an international master at the age of 14, well, of course, that is very, very likely to happen if he keeps working hard at his game. D4, C takes D4, Knight takes D4. Boom, knight to c3, pawn to a6. And so that is the Najdorf variation of the Sicilian defense. I am a little bit surprised that we're seeing lots of open Sicilians in this tournament. The open Sicilians, they were so popular during the Bobby Fischer days and the Garry Kasparov days and then the Vishy Anand days. But it's almost like the open Sicilian has become a little bit old school, and it's so weird to see the game develop like this. Say, wow, open Sicilians. We don't do that anymore. And what about Bishop C4, which was played by Thomas Knopf here? This is an uncommon version of the Najdorf Sicilian nowadays. This is called the Sozin attack. And It is, in my opinion, the second sharpest way to play against the Najdorf. Only bishop g5 here can be considered more aggressive than bishop c4. Bishop c4 is extremely aggressive. But the thing is, this move has become less and less popular amongst top players nowadays, just because it's kind of considered that the theory on this variation is kind of exhausted. And so there are no resources for white to really, really get an advantage anymore. The variation which is considered to be the very best for black is exactly the one which Kevin George is now playing, with a very, very quick b5. So I'm going to tell you guys a little story about how Garry Kasparov made this b5 move the main one in his repertoire after suffering a very, very traumatic defeat at the hands of Veselin Topalov. I'm going to open up my chess-based database, and I'm going to show you guys an incredibly important moment in the opening theory of the Sozin variation, when in the year of 1996, that was the worst year of Garry Kasparov's 20-year reign between 1985 until his retirement in 2005. He was #1 in the world nonstop for 20 years, but in the year of 1996, that was the only year where he actually had to share first place in the world rankings, because youngster Vladimir Kramnik was playing incredibly well and reached the rating of 2775 and was joint #1 in the world with Garry Kasparov for just one FIDE rating list in 1997. And so then Kasparov pulled away and became a clear #1 again. So at the hands of Veselin Topalov, Garry Kasparov suffered a pretty humiliating defeat where Veselin Topalov had a knight on the d8 square. And that knight on d8 won him the game against Kasparov. And when that happened, Garry Kasparov changed his line completely against the Sozin attack. Okay, so I found the game right here. Yes, this was Amsterdam, 1996. I'll be able to share that with you guys in a moment. Awesome. Okay, so we'll go to my chess-based analysis window. So this is Veselin Topalov, rated 2700 against Garry Kasparov at the Amsterdam Super Tournament of 1996. This is when Kasparov's pet line against the Sozin attack was retired. Back then, Kasparov believed in developing the knight to d7 quickly to play the knight to c5 and attack white's light squared bishop. The intention was to get the bishop pair early on and to eliminate this potentially strong attacking piece for white. But then after f4, knight c5, the youngster Topalov, who was around 19 years old back when this game was played. No, I think he was 20 years old. Kasparov accepted a sacrifice of a pawn, after which Veselin Topalov's attack became ridiculously strong. Queen h5 is threatening a checkmate n1. And Kasparov played the queen to e7 to defend it. Now queen f3 attacks Kasparov's knight. He moves it to c5, and then Topalov plays knight c6, attacking Kasparov's queen. If b takes c6, queen takes c6 check would capture Kasparov's rook. So Kasparov plays the queen to c7, and Topalov just defends the knight with bishop d5. If b takes c6, bishop takes c6 check, the rook is once again lost. So Kasparov plays a5 with the idea of playing the rook to a6 and attacking the knight, and Topalov responds that with bishop g5, rook a6, and knight to d8, and white has a completely winning position with the attack against f7 there. On move 17, Kasparov is completely lost against the knight that made an absurd journey from g1 to f3, d4, c6, and d8. The game continues with f6, knight f7 attacks the rook, rook to g8. Topalov retreats his bishop, plays knight g5, attacking Kasparov's rook. And then we have this crazy variation where bishop f7 check forces Kasparov to give up his queen, and he did not want to resign. He still played a long game in a completely lost position. The game lasted more than 60 moves, but Kasparov is lost here, and this is one of the most humiliating losses of his entire career. Master Chess Dojo just did a raid with 19 spectators. Thank you so much. Sharing the love. How are you guys? Rengar has been enjoying the commentary on this event. Hopefully we don't see 5 again. Yeah, Rengar is mentioning that in the Sozin attack, we had a game during one of our broadcasts where black played e5, which is quite a speculative move. e6 is just better. So this is a little bit of chess theory on the reason why the best chess player in the world back then and the greatest specialist in the history of the Najdorf variation completely gave up on his pet line after Topalov destroyed Kasparov in this game. Kasparov never played knight bd7 again, and this was the main line in his repertoire. So Topalov forced Kasparov to revisit his entire repertoire there. And Kasparov did so and started playing b5. He concluded that b5 was simply a better move, and that became his main variation. And to this day, Garry Kasparov's line. So let's get to the playing hall. Garry Kasparov's b5 line is the main one, is considered to be the very best approach for black inside the world of the Najdorf. And so black switches strategy. It's no longer about the bishop there. It's about a quick counterplay against e4 with the possibility of attacking this knight here with b4. And white's pawn center is put under pressure very, very early on. Cheers, Master Chess Dojo. Nice to have you here. And so to finish this story here, I'm going to share with you guys Garry Kasparov's last game in this line, which was played against Alexander Morozevich in 2001. And he was able to beat the great, super creative, amazing player Alexander Morozevich. I love to watch that guy go when he was active in the circuit. So let's go to the chess-based analysis here again. So this is Alexander Morozevich as white against Garry Kasparov. This game was played in Astana, Kazakhstan, 2001. Kasparov plays b5. We have kingside castling, bishop to e7, queen to f3. Creates the possibility of e5, which attacks the knight and the rook there. The idea is that if black makes the mistake of playing bishop b7, then the bishop no longer protects the e6 pawn. So white can play bishop takes e6, f takes c6, knight takes e6, attacks the queen, and will capture the g7 pawn with a check as well. So Master Chess Dojo is a former president of the Marshall Chess Club. I do miss being there. I was helpful in establishing the Lasker Memorial Fund, upon which the interest is drawn to bolster the prizes in the MCC Championship. This is awesome. This is awesome. So nice to have you here. So nice to have you here, sir. Thanks for sharing that story with us. This is a great. I have so much fun. I have so much fun here, talking about these games uh, and sometimes even utilizing some of the key moments to talk about chess history, like we're doing right now. Kasparov plays the queen to c7 here. The idea is that e5 is no longer a good move. Black plays the bishop to b7, protected by the queen, gains a tempo here, and then d takes c5 is going to win a pawn for black. It was bestowed by his former girlfriend and paramour Mona Karf when she died. Oh, nice. I did not know about that story. And bishop h6 threatens a checkmate in one. Knight goes to e8, defending it. And even though black's position looks a bit defensive right now, there is no way white can actually improve that attack. And after bishop to d7, followed by knight c6 and bishop f6, black has a great position. And the supporters of this line with the white pieces have never found an improvement. This is considered to be good for black. And so probably the chess world has to thank Vasilin Topalov for that humiliating destruction of Garry Kasparov in 1996, because after that game, Kasparov made it his business to find a refutation to the Sozin attack, which he kind of did find. And to this day, Kasparov's findings of over 25 years ago, they still reign supreme as black's best way of playing against the Sozin attack. This is so convincing for black, indeed, so convincing that last grandmasters play this position as white nowadays because of Kasparov's findings. So that is the full story there. Yes, Rengod. That is a theoretical position which is considered to be good for black. Period. But Thomas Knopf has played differently. Forgive me, Lord, for not knowing for certain. So this is. Can anybody run that research for us, for me, and for our broadcast, for the former Marshall president that is with us as Master Chess Dojo? Was Mona Karf a former U.S. Women's Championship? So A3 is played. This is an old move. This is an old move. It's considered to be passive. There's no way white gets an advantage with this move. But Thomas Knopf just wants to stop b4. He wants to keep the knight protecting the e4 pawn. He doesn't want to drop that pawn. The problem with a3 is that white is playing defense here, and that is going to allow black to develop his pieces more quickly. We have f4 and bishop to b7, and so Emgar is sharing the story with us. Mona May Karf won her first U.S. Women's Chess Champion title ahead of Mary Bain and Adele Rivero in 1938. She competed and won the title 6 more times in 1941, 43, 46, 48, sharing it with Gressert 53 in 1974 at the age of 66. Wow, the first title in 1941 and the 6th and last in 1974. That reminds me of another story of the great Vasilis Mislov that I'm going to share with you guys in a moment then. So the knight bd7 line was recommended by Daniel King in winning with the Najdorf. Sid 06 is with us. Hi Sid, how you doing? F4 and bishop to b7. before we move on to the next game, I would just like to point out that f4 looks a bit reckless to me. Just because there's no way to play f3 to support the pawn. You see that it doesn't make a lot of sense. A3 doesn't go well with f4 here because a3 is very defensive. It's like, please don't play b4, don't attack my pawn. But then he deprives himself of the possibility of playing f3. So if you're going to play defense, a3 and f3 go well together. If you don't want to play defense and you want to play f4, you want to play more actively, then a3 was a loss of a tempo. So this is not a very coherent strategy. And I'm going to assume that black is already taking the initiative here. Okay, so I'm going to share the story with, so Master Chess Dojo, everyone. So this is the Vasily Smyslov story. So Vasily Smyslov became world champion in the year of 1957 after beating the reigning world champion Mikhail Botvinnik. He became the 7th world champion. There was a 2.5 decade period of Soviet dominance before Bobby Fischer came along and ruined their party. Between the year of 1948, when Mikhail Botvinnik won the world championship, and the year of 1972, when Bobby Fischer beat Spassky in Reykjavik, Iceland in 1972, the Soviets dominated the world of chess, and they had 5 consecutive world champions. The 6th world champion is Mikhail Botvinnik, the 7th Vasily Smyslov, the 8th is Mikhail Tal, the 9th Tigran Petrosian, and the 10th is Boris Spassky. Robert James Fischer is the 11th world champion. Now, Vasily Smyslov was the dominant player of the 1950s. He was the best chess player during that entire decade, but he was only world champion for 1 year. Because in his first attempt to dethrone Botvinnik, they played in 1954 in Moscow, and after 24 games, the match ended in a tie. It was a fantastic match with plenty of wins for both sides. If I'm not mistaken, over the course of that match, each player had 7 wins or something like that. I'm going to share the exact. I think each player had 7 wins and then a bunch of draws. Like, it was a fantastic world championship match. Okay, so I have it here. So this is Smyslov Botvinnik, Moscow 1954. 7 wins apiece and 10 draws out of 24 games. This is their first world championship match. And then they played a second time 3 years later in 1957. Smyslov won the Zurich Candidates Tournament of 1953, well regarded as the greatest candidates tournament in history. Then he drew with Botvinnik, but the rules were pretty unfair back then, and there were no rights for any sort of tiebreak. If the challenger does not cleanly beat the world champion, then the world champion retains the title, and it's back to the end of the line for the challenger. That was hugely favorable for the world champion, and certainly not fair. But Smyslov was a man on a mission, and not to be denied. He went back to the candidates, won the candidates a second time in the Netherlands in 1956, challenged Botvinnik in 1957 for the world championship. And this is what happened. He cleanly beats Botvinnik, 6 wins minus 3, and wins the world championship. Then he has 1 year later, he needs to defend his world championship title. And in a story that is not known by many, I recommend the book called The Big Book of World Chess Championships by Andre Schultz, where so this is what happened in 1958 when Botvinnik won the rematch and got the world title back there. I just need one quick moment. Yes, and so that book tells the tale of an incredibly sad moment in Vasily Smyslov's personal life. He had a wife which had been married before, and she had a child from a previous marriage. Vasily Smyslov was very close to his stepson, and just a little before he was supposed to defend his title against Botvinnik in 1958, his 13-year-old stepson passed away, and must have been incredibly sad for Smyslov. And that was a time and place with, you know, the communism in power in the Soviet Union, where you don't have the right to say, I'm grieving and I'm not gonna play. He played against Botvinnik and he lost the first 3 games. He lost as white the first game. He lost as black game number 2. He lost as white game number 3. But the man is so mentally strong. He recomposed himself, and throughout the remaining 20 games of the match, he actually won by a 1-point margin. But it's too much of an advantage to hand a player of Botvinnik's level. Having lost the first 3 games, he still lost the match by 2 games, and Botvinnik regained the world title. Later on, Smyslov would be asked, were you sad that you were only world champion for 1 year, given the fact that you dominated the chess scene in the 1950s? And Smyslov's reply was incredibly respectful. He's amazing. What Smyslov said back then was, I had a dream. I had a dream to become chess world champion. And I was able to go one-on-one with the patriarch himself. And that was Mikhail Botvinnik's, still to this day, he's referred to in Russia as the patriarch, as an enormous term of respect. And Smyslov referred to Mikhail Botvinnik as the patriarch. I was able to beat the patriarch to become world champion. I am a fulfilled man. And yeah, we have lots of move-by-move series, right? On Rubinstein and Spassky and Korchnoi. I don't think we still have a Smyslov one. And I would like to share, because why am I mentioning Vasily Smyslov? Because take a look at what happens during the 1980s when Vasily Smyslov was already in his 60s. Okay, so Vasily Smyslov was world champion only for 1 year, from 1957 to 1958. But then he had a fantastic world championship cycle here. In 1982, he finished in 2nd place at the interzonal tournament and qualified for the candidates matches. He finished in 2nd place behind Hungarian Grandmaster Zoltan Ribli. That is 1982. And then what happens? He qualifies for the candidates, and then in the quarterfinals, he eliminates Grandmaster Robert Hibner in one of the craziest matches in chess history, because the match ends in a tie. It was very level, 1 win apiece and 12 draws out of 14 games. And so how do you break the tie? Who goes on to the semifinals? Well, there was a casino next to the playing hall. Where were they playing? It was somewhere in Europe. Was it Monte Carlo, Germany? Where were they playing? Velden, Germany. They were playing in Velden, Germany. There was a casino nearby. And so Vasily Smyslov and Robert Hibner agreed to go to the casino and play roulette for a place in the semifinals of the candidates. So it's like, if it hits red, Vasily Smyslov goes to the semifinals. If it hits black, Robert Hibner goes to the semifinals. That really happened. And that's how Vasily Smyslov, he won his semifinal spot at the roulette table at the casino. Well, I believe there are better ways to break a tie. There's this thing called blitz, at least, right? But they said, enough playing against each other, let's just go to the casino. That's what they did. And then Smyslov moves on to the semifinals, where he faces the winner of the interzonal tournament, Ribli. And this is what happened. Vasily Smyslov defeats Zoltan Ribli with 3 wins and 1 loss and 7 draws out of 11 games, and moves on to the finals of the candidates, where he was going to play against a force to be reckoned with. A huge force to be reckoned with. The 20-year-old Garry Kasparov. But this time, it was a bit too much. Vasily Smyslov is born in 1921. He was 63 years old when he made this huge comeback and qualified to the finals of the candidates. But then he lost 4-0 with 9 draws against the young 20-year-old Garry Kasparov, who then moved on to play against Anatoly Karpov for the World Championship. Master Chess Dojo is letting us know that it landed on green 0 twice before it was decided. I did not know that. It was almost like the chess gods were giving them not one, but 2 chances to say, can you please stop doing that? Can you please not decide the semifinal spot on the roulette? Here you go, green. There you go, green. Oh my God. Master Chess Dojo, thank you so much for the for your share here. I did not know that. It landed on green twice. In USA, yes, you have 0 and 0, 0, both green. Yes. Weak player, 1, 2, 3, 4. So crazy by Smyslov, it really is. And we have a new subscriber, TKBTSXU. Thank you for being with us. Well, how about we go back? How about we go back to the chess, to the actual chess tournament that is unfolding live. So there you go. All of that story, just because Kevin George played B5, huh? That's Kevin George's fault. Great to meet you, Master Chess Dojo. Break a leg at the chess class. So after bishop b7, white has played the queen to f3. But now after knight bd7, knight c5, 3 attackers against e4. Thomas Knopf is probably in a little bit of trouble already. Kevin George seems to have the initiative with the black pieces here. So let's talk about Andrew Tang versus Joshua Colas. What is going on here? Can our good friends at the Marshall Chess Club confirm if Joshua Colas is not on the premises? Is it possible that Andrew Tang will win this game without a war? Black's not there yet. Go Irish 44. Black wasn't there yet. Penguin GM versus the young Josh. We were able to get a word with both of them in our interviews yesterday. They were awesome. They were really, really awesome. So Michael Rode. Michael Rode playing the white pieces against Nathaniel Moore. Michael Rode had an unbelievable win last night with the black pieces against Liam Putnam. It was the longest game of the tournament, exactly 100 moves, a 100 move long end game. The game lasted over 4.5 hours, and the entire game it was Liam Putnam putting pressure with the white pieces and trying to fight for the win, and he did get a winning position in a good knight versus bad bishop endgame. But then Michael Rode found a great idea to get counterplay, which forces a draw, and Liam Putnam saw that the game would end in a draw and decided not to go for the draw and played a losing move instead. This was quite a moment from today's action. Let me share that with you guys. So this is the end game. Liam Putnam had the white pieces in a good knight versus bad bishop endgame. This is drawn, but it's not easy to defend this with the black pieces. Liam Putnam was able to improve the positioning of his king and invade the enemy position using like pretty good technique. He was able to put his king on g4 here, and then f5, knight f6, d5. All of a sudden, white is winning now. Michael Rode made a couple of mistakes there. This position is now winning for white, and the trick is put the knight on b4, c6, d8, and f7 with the check, and pick up the e5 pawn. So we had this whole thing happen. King to e7, knight g5, and here at this critical position, knight f3 wins. Knight f3 wins the game. Michael Rode would lose this pawn. And then after knight f7, king c3, e5, e6, bishop to h4, knight to g5, the pawn will advance and white wins. Instead, Putnam played the king to e6, which is a mistake. And Michael Rode now has a draw after king b4, going after the d3 pawn. And Liam Putnam could have had a draw here with knight takes e5. So this is what would have happened. We're off to the races, and this is 0.00, just a completely equal queen endgame. Clearly he saw that, but he decides to play more ambitiously, and now he is completely lost. And this is Michael Rode's 100th move in the game, playing the queen to c6. And this is when Liam Putnam resigned. That was a heartbreaker indeed, Rengar 87. That was a heartbreaker for Liam Putnam. It seemed to be one of those cases where, oh, knight takes c5 ends in a draw. So let me play something else because I don't want to draw. And then that happened. Let's take a look at board number 2. Michael Rode hopefully had a good night's sleep, and now he's playing the white pieces against Nathaniel Moore. We have knight f3, knight f6, c4, b6, knight c3, bishop b7, and d4, e6 and a3, d5 and c takes d5. So a3 is the Petrosian variation of the Queen's Indian defense. Knight takes d5, bishop to d2. This is an old line. White does not want to capture on c3 with the pawn. White wants to capture with the bishop. So he wants to play e4 and answer knight takes c3 with bishop takes c3, but e4 cannot be played right away because after knight takes c3, there's bishop takes e4. So instead, queen c2 protects the e4 square, and then we have knight to d7. And this is... We have moves on board number 1. Okay. Knight f6. So Joshua Colas arrived 37 minutes late. We have d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, bishop f4, pawn to d5, and pawn to e3. Dare I say, after over 3 hours of play, Andrew Tang will be behind on the clock in this game. Andrew Tang takes his time, and he doesn't mind a time trouble. We have a regular London system, which Andrew Tang is used to playing. Let's go to board number 3, where Mykola Bortnik is playing Mark Dodona. And we have the Alapin variation of the Sicilian defense. Mark Dodona decides to go for e5, which is very, very uncommon. Not unheard of, but pretty uncommon. I'm looking up the opening book. This is Black's option number number 7 in the database. Knight f3, knight c6, bishop to b5, and a6. Yes, so white cannot win a pawn with b takes c6, followed by knight takes g5, knight takes z5 because of queen g5. That attacks both. So after a6, we have bishop a4, b5, and bishop c2, d5, and e takes d5. Bishop g4, knight bd2. Certainly not a bad position for Mark Dodona here. Bortnik plays a4, threatening a takes b5. Black's rook is hanging there, so he moves the rook to d8. And then we have a takes b5, a takes b5, and rook to a6. So Bortnik is going to try to play c4, followed by bishop a4, and put pressure on this diagonal before Black has a chance to castle. So how am I to understand the situation surrounding white putting a piece on e4? So do you mean in this game, white putting a piece on e4 and Black trying to push e4 at some point? Yeah, this really comes down to calculation. But if I am Black, I am not worried about pushing e4. I just want to keep the pawn center. I want to keep the pawns on e5 and c5 ad eternum and just enjoy the spatial advantage that is produced by the presence of these pawns on the 4th rank. Generally, in these types of positions here, it is up to white to demonstrate that he can produce enough activity to get an advantage, because structurally, this is a great position for Black. This is a great structure for Black. If I'm Black, though, I would be a bit worried about the idea of c4 and bishop a4. Certainly, Bortnik has that on his mind right now. So it could be a good idea to move the queen prophylactically to d6 or d7. The reason for that is that Black would love to be able to answer c4 with a knight b4. You see? Knight b4 attacks the rook and attacks the d3 pawn. It would be awesome to do that. So a takes b5, a takes b5, and rook to a6. Let's take a look. Let's take a quick look at all the boards, shall we? What about international master Aaron Jacobson against the Irish player John Hughes on board number 4? We have a Queen's Gambit accepted. Black plays a quick c5. So d takes e3 is a really bad move because of bishop takes f7 check, which wins the queen there. But then black plays queen c7 instead. This is all book. And black wants to be up a pawn here. And this is ambitious by black. It's risky but ambitious. Black attacks this bishop and will play d takes e3 next. So this is basically black saying, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Show me the compensation. Why do I have a bad position? Knight b5. Oh. Whoa, this is cool. This is sharp. This is sharp. John Hughes probably should not have allowed knight b5 then. Or is this okay? I don't know. Because white wants to play knight d6 check. Oh, I see. Rengaw 87 mentioned. Yes, when we play against the Berlin variation of the Rue Lopez, and we don't want to go into the Berlin wall endgame, and we play that quick d3. We get those positions where whenever black plays d5 and we get that trade, right? White's pawn on d3 can become a little bit of a target. Black has a spatial advantage, but sometimes white can strike back in the center with d4 or something and get an advantage. Because queen b8 here defends the d6 square, but if white plays bishop f4, white's basically winning. So queen d2, preparing bishop f4, could run into knight e4. But if the queen goes to c1, then knight e4 doesn't attack the queen, and bishop f4 is next. And this looks pretty bad for black because a6 runs into bishop f4, and if e5, we'll just play knight takes e5, knight takes e5, knight c7 check, and this is over. This is so over. King to d8. Bishop takes c5. Next could be knight e6 check and bishop takes queen. This is a massacre. This is a massacre. Wow. Have you guys seen The Godfather? This is like that scene in The Godfather when Don Corleone goes, "Look how they massacred my son." That's it. That's this position right here. Queen a5. Knight d6 check. Bishop takes and queen takes. White definitely has compensation for the pawn. Then knight e4. Oh, knight e4. Yeah, knight e4 has to be played, I think. That will remove the queen from this diagonal, but queen f4, the knight is still under attack and black still cannot castle. And black really wants to trade queens. Whoops, queen f5. And then queen c7. This is such a dangerous position for black. White seems to have ample compensation. John Hughes decided to take a pawn early on. And now his He's gonna have to show some defensive skills. Oh, queen a. Yeah, I was thinking about queen a5. That looks perfect, actually. How does white avoid the draw by repetition now? Because if queen f4, queen f5. Certainly, John Hughes is happy with the draw here. Aaron Jacobson has some work to do to demonstrate his compensation. The queen does not have many squares to go to. And it might not be... How to avoid the queen trade? Maybe the queen goes to f4. And then against queen f5, we play the queen to h4. But black will be able to castle. It looks like black will be able to castle. And white will still have lots of compensation. Bishop pair, quicker development, advantage in activity. Let's take a look at Jasmine Su playing the white pieces against the FIDE Master Brian and Ming Lin. We have a battle of teenagers here with the Italian opening. But Brian goes for, yes, he does play knight f6 first, but bishop c5 later. So we have a regular Gioco piano. Knight to a5, bishop to a2, rook to e8, bishop to e3. Looks like the end result of the Italian is always an equal position. Bishop f5, queen to d2. I don't know if Jasmine should have allowed this modification in the pawn structure. She doesn't need to, that's for sure. If she wants an equal position, she can just trade on f6 and trade on e6. We can have something like this. White's not worse. But she plays rook a d1. There's knight takes d5 and bishop f5. Now this is a bad bishop, you see. And black is threatening c4 ideas now. So she plays the queen to d2. We have queen f6. Rook to e3 and pawn to c4. Because queen f6 was threatening bishop takes h3, followed by queen takes f3. And I think Brian wants to, by playing c4, he wants to answer d4 with bishop d3 followed by e4. So very ambitious, enterprising play by Brian. I will have a very quick break here, guys, just a couple of minutes. I need to sort a quick thing out with the tech team. All right, we're back. Let's take a look at board number 7 now. This is one game we have not started to look at. International Master Jay Bonin is playing white against FIDE Master Nicolas Mata. And we have d4, d5, and c3. That's a super conservative move. Knight f6 and bishop to g5. Bishop g5, knight e4, bishop f4. c5, f3. Jay Bonin is going to try to keep the pawn here. He's going to take on c5 and try to keep that pawn. This can... I think this is usually very dangerous. We noticed that, Rengo. We talked about it too. We're still trying to... They help me out a lot with the streaming software, but I'm still not 100% fluent at it. I don't like this for white. I don't like to play this as white. I think it's a really steep price to pay to be up a pawn, you know. If I could at least develop the knight to f3, but not being able to, I don't know how white is going to develop all of the kingside pieces here. Now white might want to play b5 followed by bishop takes e5, and black has a decision to make on whether he wants to play a6 or maybe even a5. A5 could be a good idea here. Like b5, knight goes back to b8. We lose the e5 pawn, but then we take on c5. Or we play knight bd7 first and then knight takes c5, things like that. I would love playing black here. This looks very, very risky for Jay Bonin. But black played a6 and white replied with e4. Okay, so this is a good move. It seems like there's a bit of a trap here. Like, so here's an example of how things could go really badly for black. If black keeps exacting pawns, I don't think d takes c4 is probably a bad move because of the c4 square. Take a look. The queens get traded. The pawn on e5 is under attack. So black probably takes with the king here, so the knight keeps protecting e5. And now this knight goes quickly to c4 to attack d6, b6, and e5. Probably a3 is more accurate than d2, so that when we castle queenside, we can do it with a check. And then the knight really goes to c4. And like e takes f3, knight takes f3, queenside castling, attacking here. This knight goes to c4. This looks fantastic for white. Jay Bonin might have had this in mind. Then bishop e6, knight d2, d4, and knight e2. It looks like white is in trouble. D takes c3, knight takes c3, queen to d4 is a great move. And how is white going to protect himself against both of these threats? If the b4 pawn hangs, so does c5. We've had knight d5, knight takes d5, and bishop takes d5, and black has gotten his pawn back with a big positional advantage here. This is trouble for Jay Bonin. He's certainly worse as white. Maybe a5. I think black would really like to attack this pawn structure now. Queen e3 check is not doing much. White just replies with queen e2. But a5 looks strong. a5 looks really strong. And then there's board number 8, the only one we have not looked at. Candidate master Aditya Das is playing FIDE master Leif Pressman. So knight f3, pawn to d5, pawn to b3. Bishop f5, bishop b2, and e6. e3 and h6. d4, knight f6. Okay, this looks nice. Kingside castling for both, and c4. c6 and knight bd2, knight bd7, and h3. Rook e8, knight e5, takes, and knight e4. It doesn't look like a whole lot is happening, but black is usually a little bit better in these pawn structures. You know, there's only one bishop for each side. That's the only minor piece for each player, and it's a dark squared one. And white's bishop is staring at his own pawn, and they're doubled on the e file. That's not a big deal, but it's not nothing either. So we have d takes c4 followed by queen a5, a3, rook e d8, rook a d1, and queen to c5. If anybody's a little bit better, it's black, but it's certainly not by much. Let's revisit Andrew Tang's game. We stopped at move number 4 when Josh Golas played bishop d6, knight bd2, kingside castling. c3 and c5, bishop d3 and queen to c7. Okay, so Andrew Tang wants to play a quick f4. Cola's hinted at trading the light squared bishops with bishop a6, and Andrew Tang would have none of it. Queen to e2 protects the a6 square, so that doesn't happen. And after bishop b7, then we have pawn to f4. And then black plays knight e4. I normally like the white side of these positions when white has already traded the dark squared bishop. So if there's a bishop on c1, for example, and black has a bishop on e7, then I slightly prefer to play the black side. If these bishops have been traded, then I slightly prefer to play the white side. It's very comfortable for white not to have to deal with the bad bishop. But that doesn't mean black has a bad position either. The reason why Colas is playing the knight to e4 so quickly is that he wants to do something with the f pawn. Either play to f6 and try and eject white's knight from e5, or he will push f5 to strengthen the grip on the e4 square. So he's going to do one of those two things. So that's board number one. Andrew Tang is down to 1 hour and 1 minute, and Joshua Colas is playing a lot faster. Board number two. We last looked at move number 8 when Nathaniel Moore had played knight d7 and Michael Rode played e4. Knight takes c3, bishop takes c3, and kingside castling. It's not the moment yet for black to push c5 because the g7 pawn would hang. So instead, he castles kingside, protects g7 with the king, and then he's ready to push. I have played this position as white a couple of times myself, and I like to play a very quick rook d1 when I do it. Just so my opponent second guesses c5, because c5 is no longer a good move here, because I would like take here and play bishop b5, and then there's the pin. Yes, but that doesn't mean that black has a worse position. Black can prepare c5 with rook to c8. Even playing the queen to e8 is not the end of the world. c5 will happen if black wants to make it happen. Bishop d3, c5, and d5. This is quite aggressive, actually. This is quite an aggressive approach by Grandmaster Michael Rode, because he wants to sacrifice the pawn here. Whether black will be able to win that pawn or not is a different matter, but he just wants to open up the diagonals for the bishops. They're closed here, and they're open now, and he's willing to pay the price of having a weak, isolated pawn to have these great bishops. Black has played knight f6. And now rook to d1 looks good. Wow, this looks really good. Black has 3 attacks against d5. But taking with the knight, for example, should be bad because we can play bishop e4 and pin the knight vertically and horizontally and diagonally, and we can actually do a pit stop on h7 first by picking up the pawn with a check and then bringing the bishop back to e4, and this has to be almost winning for white. The immediate threat is bishop takes f5, bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, queen f5, and then 2 attackers against the pinned bishop there. So knight takes d5 will not be played by Nathaniel Moore, but and certainly not queen takes d5 either because of the elementary bishop takes h7 check followed by rook takes d5. But what if black takes with the bishop? Is it that bad to take with the bishop? This might be what Nathaniel Moore is thinking about, to take or not to take. But if he does take, it's going to be with the bishop. And he's not forced to do it. He doesn't have to take that pawn. But if he doesn't, that pawn is going to become very strong, you know. Black can't just ignore the pawn on d5 and think that he's going to do well. Let's go to board number 3 while Nathaniel Moore makes his decision on whether to take that pawn or not. Mykola Bortnik had played rook to a6, bishop e7, and then rook b6. What a creative idea. Wow, rook b6 looks good. So I mentioned that Mykola, one of his main ideas here is to play c4, but he definitely concluded that he's not ready for that. If c4 is played, black is not going to play b takes c4 due to rook takes c6. Queen takes and bishop a4. So that wins the queen. But this is not necessary in the least. Black can move the queen not to d6 because c takes b5 pins the knight and wins it. But the queen goes to d7. And then, yeah, this is good. This is just fine for black. Down a pawn temporarily, but take a look at this move. Attacks everybody. This is not how white wants to go. I'm pretty sure Bortnik saw all of this. So now queen d7, c takes b5, knight b4. This is no good. Bortnik is a great calculator of variations. He's very, very tactical guy. He thinks about variations all the time during the games, and there's I'm pretty certain he saw this. So he plays rook b6 instead, and then Mark Dodona decides to castle kingside, give up this pawn, and counterattack against d3. I'm just trying to understand if playing the knight to a7 and just protecting the pawn, that's it. Just protecting the pawn, if that's a bad move. Um, looks to me like this is a legit way for black to play. Nothing wrong with defending a pawn that's being attacked. But he decided to counterattack instead against this pawn. Bortnik played the queen to e2. So he's willing to give the pawn because he's thinking that if bishop takes d3, bishop takes, queen takes, rook takes, knight c4, followed by king to e2, black has weaknesses on c5 and e5, and white will not even need to castle but keep the king in the middle of the board for the endgame. This should be better for white. And Dodona understood it and played the queen to d7 instead, which looks really cool because the rook is indirectly under attack and he's hinting at knight moves that will serve as a discurved attack. And that rook does not have that many squares. a5 is not possible. Rook b6 gets attacked by knight d5. So the move should be rook b3. That seems to be the only safe square, and that is indeed what Bortnik has played. He has just played the rook to b3 there. Okay, so remains to be seen whether Dodona is going to take on d3 now. This is the moment of truth. This is like, show us your cards right now. Are you going to take it? Or, because if white has the time to play 94, for example, black will not have the possibility of taking on e4 anymore. Let's put another eyeball on Aaron Jacobson's game against John Hughes. John Hughes had played the queen to a5, trying to trade the queens. And we had a repetition of moves twice, but then he did not want to get a draw and decided to trade the queens on a5 and bishop c2. So this is very ambitious of Aaron Jacobson. He wants to play on, down a pawn with no queens on the board. I really, really did not see that coming. But white does have compensation. Like after knight f6, we can put the rooks on the central files, put this knight on e5. We can have bishop c5 ideas. White does not necessarily need the queens on the board. Board number 5, Jasmine is playing Brian and Ming Lane. And she did decide to play d4. It was I think she's right. I think she's doing the right thing. Because if she doesn't play, well, this is being attacked, right? And if she takes on c4, knight takes c4, forking the queen and the rook, bishop takes, pawn takes. Now, the b file being open makes this pawn tremendously weak. Way, way too weak. Certainly black is better here. So d4 keeps the b file closed. I had suspected Brian's idea was to play bishop d3 followed by e4, and this is what he's really doing. D takes c5, d takes c5. And e4. So Brian is sacrificing the b5 pawn. He wants the b file to be open at all costs. How interesting is that? Not rook takes d5 because of knight c7 forking the rooks. But rook to b8 attacks the knight first. And then rook takes d5. Black is the only one that can be better here. He's not even sacrificing a pawn, actually, right? It's equal material. So f3 on move 25, rook d7, d6. I don't, is this what really happened? Because this is looking so weird. No, that's not what happened. That's certainly not what happened. We're going to take a look at Liam Putnam's game. I've received word that his game has already ended. And let's take a look at this. He appeared to have had a quick win with the black pieces against Andrew Cowell. That's board number 9. So let's take a look at, we have the first 18 moves relayed here. Liam Putnam, international master Liam Putnam is playing the black pieces. He likes to play the Nimzo Indian. We had the classical variation with d5. We're going to look at these moves kind of quickly. We might have the opportunity to talk with Liam. This is a sharp line of the classical, but as I recall, this is not a good line for white. Black's is extremely active, and white has problems on the queen side early on. Queen to c3 and d4. Knight takes c2, knight takes c2, and bishop to a6. Wow. This might have been the whole thing, because Liam is just completely winning here. I will need just one moment here. Take a look at this. All right, nice. This is working. Liam, congratulations on a pretty quick win. As I was looking at this game, Liam, that reminded me of a game of yours that I called live that was a pretty special game, I imagine, in your life, the game where you won the third and final norm.
Yeah.
It was earlier this year. You played the black piece. Who was the grandmaster you beat with the black piece in the final round?
Well, this was round 8. It was against Azam Muzilov.
Yes,
and
yes,
it
yes.
wasn't for a norm, but it was actually just to gain the rating for IM. So
Oh, I see.
um,
Oh, yeah.
but yeah,
At that game, the norm was already guaranteed when you played that final game?
well, I already had all 3 norms at that time.
Ah, okay. You already had. Okay, so you won a fourth norm, but it was not necessary.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Nice. But what was the opening? Was it an Indian in that game? I remember you had.
Yeah,
black.
it was the same opening until my opponent played instead of bishop g5, c takes d5,
Ah, okay.
which is a mistake. And no. So after a3, bishop
A3.
c3, queen c3,
Yes, queen takes c3.
c5,
and
cd5.
Oh, yeah, in that game. Okay, so this.
And then cd4, knight c6, and black as an edge. So
Yes.
yeah.
Knight c6 and black was better in that game. And if I recall correctly, in that game you're also able to do something like this, like a d4 push, but it was more for a long positional grind, right? Did you
Right.
Did this position reminded you of that game during the game today?
It did a little bit because the main line instead of bishop g5 is in the position. Yeah, in this position it's
D takes
dc5,
right?
d4,
Yeah.
queen g3. Yeah, so in both games my opponents played sidelines that are not considered good. So
Yeah.
so in a way it did, and also getting this d4 break. But yeah, so this was pretty straightforward. Once I got you know, once I got what I got in the game, he was unable to castle, and his development was just very tricky. So
Yeah, he played queen to c5, trying to deprive you of the ability to castle. But once you play h6, it seems to be white who is in trouble now. If he didn't take on f6, if he played bishop h4, were you planning on g5 followed by knight e4?
yes, yeah, that was my plan. And if the queen moves away to like e3, there's queen a5 check, taking advantage.
Oh, of
Pin
course.
on the a.
Because if b4, you just play knight takes b4, there's the pin, and black is just winning.
Right.
So bishop h4 probably loses the game. Probably loses. Taking on f6 cannot make white happy. That's a bit of a sad necessity here. C takes d5. Did you consider taking the pawn on b2? Is this perhaps a good idea?
Yeah, what I saw was queen takes b2, rook d1, ed5, rook d5, and I knew this was very good for me, like bishop e6, rook d1, and okay, at least queen b6 is going to be very pleasant, but
Yes.
I want to play for the attack instead. I thought it would be
Oh,
would be
okay.
better, and I also knew that the best move for him was probably to allow me to take on b2 anyway. So I wanted to give him a chance to make a mistake playing different.
Oh, of course. I see. I see. Nice. Now, what a difficult position, because if white wants to defend this pawn, he would need to move the queen back, but c2 allows bishop f5 and going to c1. Now this looks way too ugly. It looks like white could be lost already, right?
Yeah, I don't know about losing, but it's definitely really bad. And yeah, in the game, queen c3 was what I expected, and
then d4.
yeah, this was all kind of.
So when you take your castle kingside,
I thought f3 was his only real try. Like maybe knight e2 first or f3 immediately is best.
So he could hide the king on f2 instead.
Yeah, it's kind of ugly. I was thinking maybe bishop f5 here.
Bishop f5. Yeah. Then let's say knight to e2, rook f e8, king f2, and then you have
c8.
Yeah, and then rook to c8. Yeah. Because if the queen goes to d2 here, then this knight might go to a5 to go to b3 or c4. And
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, this is... it's hard to think of a position with more compensation for one single pawn than this. You would have compensation for 2 or 3 pawns here.
Yeah.
After d5, it seemed like he wanted to hold on to the material, and then it cost him the game quickly.
Yeah, pretty much. Or he just didn't see f3, and so if you don't see that, there's not really a path forward. And
yeah. And then
yeah, I guess from here I found like a nice tactic, but it's just really straightforward.
With takes and bishop a6, and this is just did he resign after bishop a6?
No, he played rook d2 and resigned after rook a8.
Oh, rook a8. Okay. Because if queen takes f6, we have rook c1 check first, rook d1 check, king f1, and checkmate.
Yeah.
This looks awesome. And so this was the final diagram. He resigned after this move?
Yes, after rook a8.
Okay, so it was a miniature. It was a 19-move win for black. Let me save this game here. This is awesome. Liam, if we could, while you're here, what an incredible battle with Michael Road last night. I really felt for you. Like you're putting the pressure throughout that entire game, and you're able to like utilize amazing endgame technique to transform an endgame which was initially drawn into a classic good knight versus bad bishop win. But then both of you guys had like just 1-2 minutes on the clock for a long stretch of that endgame. Can you share with us what you think happened at the very end there?
Yeah, basically, I don't know if you have the game, but I could.
I'm going to pull it up quickly here. Okay, so this is.
Yeah, when my king's on f5, so I basically understood that I need to get a position where I'm threatening to fork him on f7 to provoke the king somewhere else, and then fork the bishop on the pawn. So I kind of knew. At first, I wasn't sure what to do, so I was shuffling around, and then eventually I came up with a plan.
And I mean, I was fascinated by the endgame, and I spent a long time analyzing it last night, and then I read analysis through the engines. I don't know if you've already have, but as well. But so the key was instead of king e6, knight f3.
Knight f3.
Yeah.
In the game, what I saw was bishop g3, knight e5, king b4, and then knight f3, king c3. And I just saw e5, king d3, and thought that this is a draw. And what I didn't see was instead of knight f3, you can do knight f7.
That's true.
And after king c3, e5. Okay, knight f3, you can also win, but you have to see something more difficult, which is king e6.
Yes.
But knight f7, the idea is pretty simple. Just e5. b6, knight g5.
Because the knight controls d6. If the bishop goes there, and against bishop h4, there's knight g5, and this would have been a clear-cut win in the endgame. I had the impression, please let me know if I'm wrong, Liam, that when you played the king to e6, king to b4, and you reached this position, So you played king to d7, but you did see knight takes c5, and maybe you didn't want to get a draw, and you saw that that was a draw, maybe.
I knew that was a draw, but I basically just hallucinated under time trouble that he doesn't have king takes c4. I don't know how I missed it. I was just thinking by like king c7, king d3, c5, and I just knew that bishop couldn't reach the pawn, and somehow, yeah. I mean, once we got to this position, it's obvious, but in advance I missed it, and yeah, it
I
was
see.
kind of a weird.
Oh, I see. So it was just a calculation thing in time trouble.
Yeah, intuitively I should have known not to go for this though, because if I take e5, I can really, or if I go knight f3 on Olio, I can really never lose that. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I would have definitely found knight f7 had we got that position, but
Oh, of course. If we get here, knight f7 would have been found. Yeah. So you were very close to what would have been simply a fantastic technical win against a type of player who is really, really good with endgames, which makes the victory even more impressive because I was following people's comments live when you were trying to win the game, Liam, and people were like, wow, Liam's fighting spirit, and he must be tired. It's the second game of the day, and he knows it's a draw, and he keeps playing. But you know, I was letting the audience know this is not Liam just like pretending to try to win. He's really, really trying to win this. What was the moment you felt in this endgame, Liam, where you realized it became serious? Like the chances to have a win really became serious for you?
well, after king g6, I thought I had decent chances. Like g5, I knew he was gonna have to trade, and because he was under time pressure, and like I don't think he's great under time pressure, so I knew that like practically it's a bit difficult with the knight, and my whole goal was to try to kind of get my king into the position by checking him and forcing his king away from the defending squares.
Yes, yes.
I think the setup with putting the bishop on the c1 to h6 diagonal is best, but
I see.
but yeah, and after a few moves later is when I really thought, when he allowed my king to f5, that's when I was really thinking it was
nice. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing during the game. Like once you put the king on f5, I was telling the audience, say, I think Liam is going to win this game. This is pretty incredible. This, of course, it must be disheartening for you to have played such a fantastic endgame and gotten a winning position, and for the result, you know, to have been this one. But personally, Liam, I love calling your games. I have been doing it for a few tournaments now. It's so nice to talk to you. I love the way you play the Caro-Kann with the black pieces. I love your fighting spirit and how you don't mind playing long games. And what happened last night certainly is painful, but I can tell you from experience, you know, I'm 43 years old, been playing chess for blast tournaments for 28 years. It pays dividends. In the long run, your fighting spirit is the best way to go. You play long games, you get used to the grind of long end games. And if I can... just like a small suggestion from someone who's been on the road a bit longer, like don't change that style and keep being the fighter that you are, because that's going to just make you better and better. This is your fighting spirit is awesome to see.
Yeah, thank you. It was definitely pretty rare to lose a position like this, but in the long run, yeah, it's one game, and you know it happens. I guess anything can happen under time pressure. So.
Of course. Like you can. He had like for a long stretch 1 minute, and you had like 2.5 and 3, but it's not that huge of an advantage. If the position gets very complex, you don't have enough time to calculate very, very deeply, and you can never have a 100% a correct calculation in an endgame like that required very exact calculation. What happened last night, considering it's the second round of the day, it's pretty late. It can happen. It can happen with anyone, but it's awesome that you were able to fight back at a quick win with the black pieces. Go have some lunch, Liam, and have, you know, best of luck to you in the second round of the day. I'll be rooting for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Liam. This is International Master Liam Putnam, everybody. This was awesome. When I was calling Liam's game last night, you know, I was pretty disheartened for him. Alan's plays out. Damn, we out here re-traumatizing my man. like, why bring up the past like that, right? But he was a great sport. He was a great sport about it. And you see his comment, like he's so the even keel on a young kid like that. He's like, yeah, I realize that, you know, things can go wrong in like one random game, but he's very much aware that in the long run, his fighting spirit is the way to go, and it's going to serve him well in the future. I have no doubt about that. Let's revisit board number 1, where Andrew Tang is playing FIDE Master Josh Golas. We had looked at the position after 94. I mentioned that Josh was very much interested in playing f6 or f5. Queen f3 and knight takes d2. King takes d2 and bishop to a6. Oh. This is quite the decision for Josh. After queen f3, threatening to win this pawn here, f5 is perfectly adequate. Instead, he takes on d2. Tang believes that his king is just fine in the center, and Josh wants to trade his bad bishop, while the Tang man does not want to see that happen. So we have f6 attacking the knight, and then queen h5 threatening h7. F takes e5 cannot be played, would just lead to a very quick checkmate. After f takes e5, bishop takes h7 check, bishop g6, and queen h7 checkmate. So the real question is between h6 and g6, which of these two moves should Black be playing? So h6 was played, guys, but this looks completely lost. This looks lost now. I need the engine's help in this position. It's too difficult. Let's see what the engine analysis is going to be here. Okay, so h6 is indeed a losing move. And after queen j6, white has a 4.23 advantage. And the reason is that after f takes e5, we have queen h7 check, and then f takes e5, attacks the queen here, gains a tempo, and we'll be able to play rook f1 check, even though that gives up the exchange. That's pretty insane, huh? So this is the reason why this is lost for Black. Instead, Black still had an equal position with g6. And the idea is that after bishop takes g6, queen e7 protects the checkmate, and both the knight and the bishop are under attack. Andrew Tang might have chosen the knight. And then this is a ridiculously difficult move to find. But rook f7 solves everything. h7 is defended. And then, as the knight moves away, c takes d4 guarantees that Black will play either queen b4 check or queen takes f4 check, depending on how white recaptures. So the engine evaluation is that white's only way to equalize is capturing with this one. And this position is being evaluated as 0.00. This is incredibly difficult, even in classical chess, even for very strong players. So after queen g6, so Colas played f5 to defend the diagonal. This is what has to be done. But then white just goes ahead and breaks with g4 very quickly. Then we've had c takes d4 and e takes d4, and Andrew Tang has a winning position. So the verdict seems to be that f6 is good and it works. So Push and Baby, I don't get it why Jurabek would not play this round. He actually informed the tournament's organization before the tournament even started that he would not be able to play rounds number 4 and 5. So before the tournament even started, he had already requested a bye on both of Saturday rounds. So he's got 3 points out of 3. He's gonna get half a point for each of the byes today, and he will be able to come back tomorrow with 4 points out of 5 for the final 2 rounds. So he'll definitely still be in contention. And if he does come back to play on Sunday, we should have an Andrew Tang versus Kamrakolov battle. And Colas has now just played rook to f6. So I was just mentioning that f6 works, but then if you have to play g6 and see all of these crazy lines to equalize, then, you know, in practical tournament play, better not to play f6 altogether here, and just develop the knight instead to d7. Because now queen h5 doesn't work because of knight f6, which attacks the queen and protects h7. Penguin versus Jurabek. Everybody's hoping for that matchup. And what a matchup that is. Let's go back to round number 2, to board number 2, where I was wondering whether Nathaniel Moore would make the decision to play bishop takes d5 or not, and he did just that. And I like to see that Nathaniel took this possibility so seriously that it took him 18 minutes to make this call to play bishop takes d5 or not. It took him 18 full minutes. I like that. Then kingside castling and king h8. And then bishop to c4. Whoa, Michael Rode seems to be playing a tremendous game today. He seems to be playing a tremendous game. Here's what I'm wondering, guys. The pin on this open file is so terribly annoying that I'm wondering why shouldn't black play a move like queen to c7 right now? So here's my thinking. Greetings from Stockholm, Sweden. I played a rabbit tournament in the Marshall some 12 years ago. That's really cool. I've never been to the Marshall myself. Whenever I'm calling these tournaments, I'm just picturing myself there doing battle with these guys. Would be awesome. My own FIDE rating is 2401. I would definitely not be the favorite to win a tournament of this caliber. But I would love to be there just for the battles. Just for the battles. So here's what I like about Queen C7. After bishop takes f6, because the knight is protecting the bishop and the knight is protecting h7. So when I play bishop takes f6, black would be lost if black recaptures, because I'm going to take h7 first and then I just pick up the bishop and I am up a piece and completely winning. But after bishop takes f6, there's bishop takes f3. And then I really don't know what's going on here. Yeah, this is so hard to calculate. Grandmaster Benjamin Buck is following us. Thank you for the follow. This is so hard to calculate, guys. I don't know. Queen to c7, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f3, bishop takes h7 check, king to h8. I don't blame Nathaniel for not going for this. It's one of those situations where if you miss one move, if you miscalculate things even a little bit, you can be completely lost just like that. Bishop takes c7, bishop takes d1, attacks the queen. So, but I want to take this with the queen to play queen h5. No, this is winning for white because g6, check, king here, check, check. There's queen h4, king a6, and rook e1. So white wins here. That means queen takes e7 is bad, and black should play king takes h7, but then we can take on f8. I don't know if we should play queen h5 check first and then take there. But then we have equality, but I have the ability to move the pieces around, and if need be, I have the engine analysis, and Nathaniel does not have that luxury. The thing is, if he plays bishop takes f3 right now, then white plays bishop takes h7 with a check and takes the queen on d8, and that's bad for black as well. So this is a really difficult position. It took him 6 minutes to decide on king h8. And then bishop to c4 appears to be winning a piece, but black plays the bishop to, that's the only move for sure. That's the only move. Otherwise, white will play bishop takes f6 followed by the capture on d5, and white is just winning. Pusham Baby is also following us. We appreciate you. So this is Nathaniel Moore's best tactical hope here. And Michael Rhodes seems to have him on the ropes a little bit, where Nathaniel Moore is being forced to calculate very accurately. But Michael Rhodes has 18 minutes on the clock, whereas Nathaniel has 50 minutes. That's a big clock advantage. But white's position is fantastic. Michael Rhodes having a great tournament. 2.5 out of 3, and on his way to win number 4. Well, this is not winning. It's just a fantastic bishop pair, fantastic piece activity. Whenever white plays this bishop d2 line in the Petrosian Queen's Indian, what we have here is the dream. This is the dream of dreams. The dream of dreams. Let's take a look at Mikola Bortnik's. We had stopped on move 16 when Mark Dodona had to make the decision on whether he would take on d3 or not. It took him 10 minutes to make that call, and his decision was not to do it. So he's down a pawn because white's playing knight c4, and then he plays e4. Oh, that works. Is there anything on the d file while the white king is on e1? We've had d takes c4, bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, and knight to a5 with a fork. Nice calculation by Mark Dodona. He's winning the exchange, but does he have a good position? Queen e2, because this is a fantastic light squared bishop, and white has 2 extra pawns. And white's king is safe. White's going to be able to castle next move. There's a bishop pair, a very mobile pawn here. Black has won the exchange. But this looks like a great position for white. Numerically, the material is equal. It's a light squared bishop plus 2 pawns versus a rook. 5 versus 5. But white has a positional advantage here. Bortnik's games are always complicated. He's always good with his tactics. So queen to g4. Oh, attacks both of these pawns. He did not play 5 though. Why not? Because queen takes g2 runs into this. E5 attacks the knight, and queen takes g2 loses the game. Because after rook g1, queen h3, e takes f6, bishop takes, there's no such thing as an e-file attack because white can always protect the queen by playing the bishop to e3. But he castled kingside instead. Which allows queen takes c4, and black did not play queen takes c4, and I really don't understand. Why not? Why didn't Mark take the pawn on e4? No. There's no such thing as any file attack. Is that like always? There's no such thing. There's no such thing as always in chess. One thing I like to tell my students all the time. Chess is a game of rules and exceptions to the rules. Brooklyn Cyclone, nice to see you, sir. Nice to have you with us, Al. So he can take and play the rook to e1, and that's the thing. But I was wondering if c4 could work for him. So here's what I'm thinking. If queen takes e4, takes, rook to e1, c4. So the bishop is attacked, and then if bishop c2, black can play f5, and if bishop takes c4, black can play knight d6 and attack the bishop. This is a nice trick. And rook takes e4, c takes b3. How does that work? Rook takes e7, check. Rook e1. Then we can trade and play rook here. King to f1. Here, bishop to e3, rook to b1. What's the evaluation here? Since this is going to be a passed pawn on the 6th rank, black certainly is the one playing for the win. White is not having to. If white can play the king to e2 and the knight to d3 and protect this pawn, this game is over. White wins. So queen takes c4. It certainly boils down to tactics, right? Takes, rook e1, c4. Bishop takes, knight d6. Bishop to 8 d5. E-file attacks are possible, but it's a bad taste. So slutty type I. Attacks on the E-file are perfectly possible. I just meant that in this position, when I play the bishop to e3, there should be no such thing as an E-file attack here in this particular position. E-file attacks can be awesome, slutty type I, and you are very welcome to keep asking every question that comes to your mind. Charlie doesn't like to attack the central file. What are you, like an H-file attacks kind of guy, Charlie? Certainly not knight takes e4, right? Then rook e1 should be winning. But queen takes e4 seems to work, but that would require very exact calculation. Rook to b8, bishop to c2. Now certainly Bortnik is better. Now certainly I love this bishop pair with these 2 pawns. And we had rook e8, h3, queen h5, and pawn to e5. And then bishop d6. Pins the pawn, 3 attackers. White can play bishop f4 or rook to e1. This should be better for Mikola. So always take f7. So we should take f7 first. And then you calculate. I must admit, in 20 years teaching chess, Pusha maybe, I have never given that that pearl of an advice to any student ever. I love quotes that aggressive players will have in chess. Board number 4, Aaron Jacobson is playing John Hughes. We looked at bishop c2. Tremendous fighting spirit by Aaron Jacobson. He doesn't want to draw. He did not want the repetition. He traded the queens even though he's down a pawn, and now he's just going to have to try and outplay John Hughes tactically in an open position, but it's a queenless middle game. Young man, first you sacrifice, then you calculate. Said tall to a young Kasparov. There you go. Knight f6, bishop to c5. First you sacrifice, then you calculate. We hear stories of Mikhail Tal that whenever he would have a blurry, uncertain sacrifice to make, sometimes he would spend 40 minutes on it. And then after 40 minutes, he doesn't really come to a conclusion. It doesn't look like a very good sacrifice, but then he ends up sacrificing anyway. And then they would ask him, if you didn't think it was very good, why did you play it anyway? He's like, well, after 40 minutes, I just figured I would be down 40 minutes if I don't sacrifice. Since I spent 40 minutes, I might as well do it, because then I spent 40 minutes thinking about the sacrifice and my opponent probably didn't. So what you can extract from that is that guys like Mikhail Tal, they will find any reason to sacrifice, right? Looks like we're going to have another interview. Oh, looks like we will be able to get an interview with Egyptian IM Kevin George. Who did indeed win his game. So I mentioned after knight bd7 that he had an advantage here. What's worse than being down 40 minutes? Being down a piece in 40 minutes. So bishop takes e6, knight takes e6, queen to c8, and knight takes f8. Okay, so this is aggressive for white, but normally this exchange is good for black, who will be left with an extra piece on the board after the trades. So visually, this is incredibly aggressive play by Thomas, but black's pieces are fantastic here. We already had one interview with Kevin George. He's currently analyzing the game with his opponent, and he already informed that he will be available to do an interview right after he's finished with his analysis. So let's see the final moves of his game. Queen to c4. He would like to checkmate on a1 if allowed. b3, queen to f7. g4 and knight to e4. Queen to d3 and d5. Now the a3 pawn is being attacked. King to b2 and queen to e7. Oh, bishop b4 allows queen f6 check, and then this pawn hangs. Let's also take a look at Jay Bonin's game, which was a draw on Jay Bonin's game ended in a draw against FIDE Master Nicolas Mata. Let's take a look at. We might be able to get a word with Jay Bonin as well. We had queen e3 check, bishop to e2, knight to d4, bishop f2, queen takes e2 check, knight takes e2 and king takes, bishop to e7. Black has the bishop pair. White has a fantastic pawn structure on the queen side here. Bishop to b5, bishop to e3, rook d8, rook to d1. King side castling. He traded the rooks and played the king to f2. Rook to d3, knight takes e5, rook takes a3 and c6. Check, check, takes, and b takes c6. King to e8, and this is when this game ended in a draw here. All right. So it looks like we will be able to get a word with international master Jay Bonin, and this is going to be awesome. Let's go to the interview.
Hey.
International master Jay Bonin.
Yep.
Thank you so much for.
How are you?
Thank you. Doing really good. It's awesome to be able to call your games. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us for a bit.
You're very welcome.
What about today's game? You played the opening in a way that was very ambitious.
I play very conservative. I studied some of his games, and he has a very wide repertoire. He loves to play the Grunfeld, the Benoni, the Queen's Gambit. So So I figured let's try something different and try to get him off his game, and it looked like I succeeded because I was very happy to win that C pawn, well, although it did get a little hairy later.
Yes. When he played e5 here, attacking the bishop, so he's down a pawn, but he has a strong pawn center.
Yeah, he's got some compensation. I thought about bishop g5 here, but
Here,
I thought it'd be better to stay on the e pawn and
yeah.
give him something to worry about. So I kind of slowed him down for a move. He played a6. There's really no other way to hold the e pawn. I mean, he could try e4. That's a little sharper. Maybe on that I was going to play e3.
E3.
Yeah.
Whenever he plays this type of move, he might be giving up control over the d4 squares. After e3, your knight might have access to this square in the future.
Yeah, that's true. And if he takes on f3, I could take with the pawn, even though it looks like my, future king position could be airy, I am controlling some
E4.
center.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
and e4 seemed to have been a very strong sacrifice of a pawn. I was talking with the audience about d takes e4 because once the queens get
I was
traded-
going to trade queens, and then I would have played knight d2 with the idea of knight c4.
Yes, and yeah,
I got a lot of counterplay. I mean, if he takes on f3, I'll take with the other knight, and I have a tremendous lead in development.
oh yes, this looks like this is not a small advantage for white. This looks huge. These knights are tremendous, and
Yeah, I got a lot of squares. I'm looking at the b6 square, and as well for my knight, and
you might be able to castle queenside with a check as well.
it's possible. Yeah, and bishop c4 happens. Knight g5 is threatened. I got a lot of stuff coming on, so I would have been very happy with this position.
Yes. So he made a good decision to not go for the pawn and instead develop the pieces.
Yeah, that's fine, definitely fine. And I decided not to. I didn't want to take on d5 because I didn't like that knight coming there, with threats of knight e3 and a lot of variations.
Like that, yeah.
I thought that was too much to give him. So
Yeah.
so I figured I'll keep an eye on e4. If he wants to take me, fine. But d4 was a good move.
If he takes on e4, you would have taken with the pawn.
I think so. I really, although he could try knight g4.
He could try knight g4.
That's very interesting. Maybe on that I'll just play queen e2 and chase him away.
Chase him away later.
Maybe knight g4 was nothing to worry about. And I thought about taking with the knight as well. They both seem to look good.
And then he made the decision to push d4.
Yeah, and that's the best in my opinion, because that's, that really forces me to act here. I mean, I don't want to take on d4 right away because queen takes would, win back the pawn.
Yes, his queen would get very active.
Everything gets active. So
I remember when he pushed d4. This was the only moment in your game where I looked at the engine analysis, and the engines were suggesting that the c3 pawn would be best protected by queen c2, because then you could protect b4 and avoid queen d4, and that would give white an advantage.
Oh, so if queen d4 now, I could just take and
you can take and play rook c1.
He can't take the a pawn.
And when he takes
the e4, the e pawn is hanging.
There's
so that's true. I guess I guess white is better here.
White White did have a good advantage when 92 was played.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, maybe that wasn't the best, and I thought he could take the B pawn even now, but if he takes the B pawn now, I could check him. Yeah, I could check him and then play bishop takes E5. So yeah, Queen A4 check, and it's got to go back to C6.
queen check. Yeah.
And then after bishop E5, he could play bishop takes C5, and
Like bishop takes c5, bishop takes c5. Yeah, this.
yeah, maybe I should play knight B3 first.
Knight b3 attacking his bishop, and if he takes the knight.
No, I meant earlier, not bishop E5 right away, but first knight B3.
Ah, okay, knight b3 right now. Okay, I see. Yes, and
And if he takes, I take with the queen. I'm on the B pawn.
you're on the b pawn there,
But yeah,
and you might have bishop c4 as well. Rook to
yeah, I might get some play on the white squares, but of course I'm giving up the D4 square, so that's you know.
hard to. Seems to be a hard position to evaluate here.
Yeah, I was just trying to keep it simplified, and going to the ending, which is exactly what.
What ended up happening? So he ended up choosing to go queen d4.
Yeah, and I decided my best move was just to, play knight d5 to gain a little time there. He has to answer this.
With
He did take with the knight. I was hoping he would take with the bishop just to get rid of the white square menace. But
oh, I see. Knight, bishop takes d5.
Yeah, if he does that and plays knight takes b4, he's threatening queen a1 and knight c2 check. But on that,
maybe rook b1.
Maybe just rook c1.
Or rook c1. Yeah.
And if he plays knight a2, I play rook c4.
Rook c4.
And then queen a4 check. So he's got to play queen e3.
Queen e3.
And then
perhaps it could be possible to play bishop f2 first, just to take away this check, and then move the rook.
Oh, right away.
Because I'm thinking, if you can play queen a4 check and win his knight, that would happen against queen takes d5.
Yeah, right. Queen a4, and he's got to play knight. Oh, and then bishop c4. Yeah.
Yeah, knight
yeah,
d7,
that's winning.
And bishop
winning a
c4,
piece.
and that's winning.
Yeah.
He needs to be really careful about that. He ended up choosing to take
yes
with the knight. Bishop takes
d5.
d5.
And I was able to play a3, the best way to protect the b pawn. Well, the only way really.
Yes.
And I kind of like my position here. He has a hard time developing his bishop on f8 because the pawn on c5 is kind of limiting him, and I want to use the c4 square for one of my pieces at some point. And yeah, bishop. Yeah, I was very happy to see that. I'm gonna, he's going into the ending I wanted, but he found some good moves. After bishop f2, I just thought I was better, but he finds a very good move here. Bishop c6 is, and I played rook on a to c1 here.
And then he decided to switch diagonals?
Yeah, that's a very strong move because very important to pin that knight, because knight c4, if unanswered, is going to have.
Then we had
I'll play knight b6. Yeah, if I knight b6 and then a4, and I'm going to have some sort of a queenside bind here, and so pin me.
Yeah. So
and
and then bishop b5, and then bishop b3.
Yeah, and now I thought you would try a5 here. A5 is an interesting move to open the a file.
And then
I'll
here,
try
like
to
this.
my pin.
Oh,
Oh, actually, on a5, I was going to play a4.
because
and then-
if he
and
takes
then-
here with a check, then the rook takes.
Yeah. And now he should take on b4.
And rook takes.
Yeah, and
Okay.
but here we have a problem with the b pawn.
Yeah, black has a really difficult position here because his
Yeah, c6 is winning for white. You can't play rook a7.
can we play c6 instantly with the rook?
Yeah.
So
Actually, my rook is hanging. I can't do that, but I could just double rooks on the
yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
file and win the b pawn for nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, then I could take the bishop
And
on e7 is attacked.
exactly. Yeah, he does. Okay, this seems to be lost for him then because
Yeah.
both of your queenside pawns are safe.
Yeah, and I'm active, so
A4 looks like a really strong idea here then. And
so you really can't play a5. If he does that, I'll play knight takes a5.
yes,
and,
knight takes
I'm-
a5.
I'm fine here because the b pawn is going to have to be tended.
Yeah, here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if he
Well,
has
on that, I might even, take the bishop and play rook a1,
yeah, beautiful.
and then march my king to c4 and play b5.
Nah, yeah.
Things like that.
This is real pressure. This is real in-game pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, I got everything active. My king is already in the center of the board, so that's a big plus in the ending for me.
Yes.
I'll be very happy with this. Yeah.
And then he ended up choosing rook to d8, and you
Excellent move, and then he castled, and
and then he castled.
he's okay now because, I can't get out of the pin right away because I'd lose the piece, so I have to trade the rooks.
You trade the rooks first, and then you get out of the
Yeah.
pin.
Yeah, but I knew rook d3 was gonna, give him counterplay, and
And now,
yeah, at this point, it's really heading for a draw.
yeah. And it looks like it's a good idea, really a good idea for white to play knight takes c5 and c6 because otherwise,
Otherwise, black is better. I
Yes,
have to
yeah.
force the issue.
beautiful.
There's nothing else to do, and luckily, yeah, there's still ways to go wrong. I probably could have played king g3 instead of king g1, but
But I was wondering if we could have an issue with bishop d6 if you do that.
it's quite possible I could give him the knight with check because after c takes b7, I'm threatening mate. So if bishop e5 check, I could play f4 only move.
Yeah.
Not.
Wait. After king g1 or king g3? King g1. So this is
Yeah, after king g3. Yeah.
so after king g3, if he plays bishop d6.
Yeah,
Oh.
I could even play c. No,
Is it
I do that.
Is it possible to take here and then play f4 because we have the back rank
Yeah.
as well?
Yeah, f4. I might even be able to play bishop f4.
Or bishop
Yeah,
f4
bishop f4 is even better.
takes. Oh, this is beautiful. This is over.
And I queen the b pawn.
Yeah. So after this move, bishop d6 would have been really bad. He would have to take.
So I probably could have played king g3,
But if he plays this move with a check here, now after bishop f4, he trades the bishops and gets the g2 pawn. This could be good for black. Like this.
Yeah, I don't want to go into that. No, that loses.
Looks like King G1 was very precise, keeping G2
Yeah,
protected at all
that's what-
times.
keeping everything safe. Now Bishop D6 is nothing. You
Exactly.
know, he's got to take.
He's got to take, otherwise he's lost.
And I think at this point it's kind of liquidating into a draw. But I thought I could do after Bishop F6. I thought I could do something with knight E7 check, but it wasn't enough. If he takes the knight, I check him, and on Bishop F8, I play Bishop C5.
Bishop to C5.
And I either win the F pawn or I force him to weaken the dark squares. If he plays G6, I take with the bishop,
Oh yes, that's true.
threatening mate. He's got to play H5, and I don't think this is quite enough to win. It looks, maybe Bishop C5, discover check, followed by Bishop D4.
Bishop D4.
But even so, maybe G5.
G5, so he escapes through the light squares.
I mean, I might win a pawn, but then he's going to get counterplay, somehow.
And with the opposite colored bishops.
Yeah, it's not so easy, even if I win a pawn.
Yeah.
He could go after my G2 pawn or my B4 pawn,
Yes.
if he could trade the A for the B pawn, then everything is on one side of the board.
And then even if you have just a 1 point advantage with the opposite colored bishops, it would be difficult to win there.
Yeah, I mean, if he plays H6, then I win the F pawn.
Like with
But even
rook check and rook takes F7.
yeah, but then he can get counterplay. He could check, right? He could play check, and he could check again. And where do I go? If I go King G3, then there's
Bishop
Bishop
F1.
F1. And
Then
I
maybe
mean, if I try Bishop D4, he could.
I'm thinking
Bishop F2.
maybe
But,
this.
but if Bishop F2, then there's Rook B2,
Mhm.
and oh no, Rook B2
Oh.
loses. Rook G7.
Rook G7, king takes, and bishop
Yeah,
D4.
yeah. So I there's still ways to go wrong.
So yeah, there's still winning chances for white against bishop takes E7 then.
Yeah, but he correctly placed King F8, and after Knight D5, I thought I was winning, but he finds King E8, and and there's ways to go wrong. I mean, I could play Knight C7 check, and after King D7, I could play Knight B5, and after pawn takes, I could play Rook C5, which all looks very nice, except Black has Rook E2.
Oh.
And Bishop D4 is coming.
Because
And Bishop
play this,
F2,
play this.
there's Rook F2, and Black can actually win the king and pawn ending.
Oh, definitely.
So that was an illusion. That was a way to go wrong, and so I thought of a lot of things here. I thought about Rook C8, and after King D7, Rook F8.
Rook F8.
But he has an amazing move here. He could play like he could move his black squared bishop either to E5 or to B2, and now Rook F7 is not good because King E6 forks a couple of pieces. So
that is true.
So and the game goes on, and what else?
What did you play, Jay, after King E8?
I just played Knight F6 check and offered a draw, and he immediately took it. The one quandary I had was whether we actually passed 30 moves, because I'm not a very good scorekeeper, and I'm looking at my opponent's score sheet. And I'm checking to see if he has 30 moves, because they have this 30 move rule.
Yeah. So you offered a draw on move 32.
Okay. Well, I made it. Yeah. And I mean, all in all, it was a good fighting game of chess. I thought I could make something. I'm very proud that I kind of took him into something different because, like I said, he plays a lot of openings. You know, he plays the Grunfeld. The Grunfeld seems to be his main opening, but then I saw that he plays the Queen's Gambit. He plays the Benoni. I mean, he's got a nice repertoire. So I figured, well, let's do something crazy like C3. See what he does.
Exactly. Show me your opening.
I mean,
yeah.
Well,
So you're saying, Jay?
I mean, you know, I played C3 here. I also thought about playing Bishop G5 immediately, but
With that.
yeah,
But
you know,
you really wanted to get him out of his normal territory and force him to.
yeah, I really wanted to. I just wanted to take him out of the mainstream. I mean, I try to do that a lot. You know, I
Yes.
mean, most of my openings are pretty much offbeat. You know, because I want to make my opponent use their time. And, yeah.
And force them into like improvising early on.
yeah, and make them use. But the main thing is to make them use up time.
I see.
In a lot of my games, I always seem to have more time than my opponents. I don't get into time pressure too often.
Yes. And well, at the end, it was a pretty even battle. Very,
Yeah, it was a good game.
Sharp
You know,
game.
I'm getting
Well
my
played by
money's
both.
worth.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
I'm getting my money's worth. I get to play a good game, good fighting game of chess. You know.
this was a really, really cool game to see, Jay. Thank you so much for taking the time to sit down with us and share your ideas with us. I hope we can do that again in this tournament.
I will try. You know, maybe tonight I'll be back. And, you know.
It would be beautiful to have.
Hopefully I don't get too long a game because, you know, tomorrow's rounds are early. So
That's true. Like Michael
I
Rhodes,
want to get home. Yeah, I want to get home at a reasonable hour.
like Michael Rhodes' 100 move game against Liam Putnam last night.
That's not good. I want to avoid that. And I'm an old man. You know, I'll get tired. You know.
Oh,
I want a nice short game.
nice, Jay. And people do love watching you play, Jay. In the commentary section, people rooting on you all the time.
Well, that's awesome.
Yes, the people in the New York chess scene, they seem to have a very, very deep affection for you. It's everybody rooting for you here, me included.
Thank you very much. It's great to be loved, and I love you guys right back. And I'm here for you. You know, I survived a health scare, and I'm happy to be alive. I'm happy to see everybody. I'm just going to keep playing chess and, you know, making people happy.
Beautiful, Jay. It's really, really wonderful to talk to you. Best of luck in today's round, and we will be really delighted if you could be back.
Okay, I'll try to be back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jay. This was
Take
awesome.
care.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
What a delightful piece of interview with International Master Jay Bonin. It's one of those things where you just wish we could be there talking to him for hours and there was nothing else to do, right? I'd love to keep the interview just going and going. What a charismatic figure. It's the first time in my life I have the opportunity to talk to him. That is what a charismatic human being. I just got a glimpse of why he is so loved. This is so cool. So we're going to have a word with International Master Kevin George, who won a great King's Indian game. Let's see the final few moves there. We had Queen F6 check, Bishop to C3. Oh, Knight takes C3, Queen takes, there's Bishop takes A3 check. So this is a problem for White. Instead, White played G5. And then, Knight A4 as a double check. King to C1, Bishop takes A3 check. Just one of those vicious attacks on the Najdorf, and white resigned the game after bishop to b4. This is what happened. This is what happened in Kevin George's game. We're going to transition into the interview with the talented youngster from Egypt.
Okay, yeah. Hi.
Kevin, you again, huh? What a beautiful
Nice.
man. Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you again.
Nice to meet you again. Like that was very well played, Najdorf. Did you have any opening prep when he plays a3 here early in the opening, or?
I think no, but I think as I prepared this line, I think castle is the main move, but a3 I think was a bad move as I remember. Or not like, not its time, like you need to play bishop a3 or castle, like a3 is played, but not at this moment.
Exactly. Yeah. A3 is a little bit, it's considered to be a bit passive for this position, and black at the least equalizes. I thought when he played a3, I was talking to the audience, I thought his idea was to play something really solid like this, castle kingside, and just protect the center with f3. But it turns out I was wrong. He wanted to play f4 instead, but it felt like a weird mix. F4, a3 was passive, and then f4 was very aggressive, and now it's hard for him to even protect the e4 pawn.
Yeah, I think this was a problem, but I say I'm not sure is f4 bad or not, like after queen f3, what he played. I think not knight d7 what I played. I think because knight 7 here he has f5.
Yes. You play
Yeah, after f5 I don't know the engine evaluation, but I think he's good here.
Against f5. So if you play the pawn to e5 now,
I'm thinking play knight b2.
Knight
And
e2.
then he has 4 ideas. I thought here I would play knight c5.
knight c5, yeah.
And then he has to take, and then like I thought here he would play rook d1
Rook to d1,
because like to play knight d5 at the moment and the square would be very strong. So I play queen a5
queen a5.
to threaten, and then he castles because I threaten knight takes e4. So and then c4
And then
to make
c4.
like bishop bad, bishop a2. But I'm not sure here. Like after bishop a2, he has g4, g5 ideas. So I need to do something. I think I was going to play like bishop c5 and then king h1, rook a d8, and maybe after g4 I can sacrifice and exchange. I'm not sure. Like g4,
Wow.
rook d4.
You calculated this very, very deeply. So
Yeah, I'm not sure, but like if it's right or not. But like
so
if he played g4, yeah, my
G4
position I think will not be good.
so your idea was against g4 to trade the rooks and then play what you said?
No, not trade the rooks. Like rook d4.
Oh, rook d4. Okay. Wow. So you actually thought about rook d4 here.
Yeah,
That's super, super deep calculation. And I mean, I understand your concern that if you can get g4, g5 in, black could have a worse position, but your pieces are so active that...
yeah. What I think this is what like made me like feel the position is good, not bad.
Yes. Because...
And after rook d4, I'm not sure it's right or not, but like I'm not sure he can take or not.
So let's have an engine analysis after rook d4 here. The engine is evaluating this as minus 2.58, and saying that after knight g3 you just play h6, and against h4 you play knight h7 followed by queen to d8 to attack here, and then black is basically winning.
But he can play like taking on d4. I'm not sure. Like, can he take the d4 directly here?
If he takes
g5,
then you
and
take
g5,
it, and then g5, and d takes c3,
g takes f6.
g takes f6, and rook to e8.
They've like rook in e1.
Rook e1,
Then take on b2.
and then takes on b2.
Queen g3. I think there is no like.
Queen g3 and
G6.
g6.
There's no like queen g5. Oh, I think no, it's not possible. There is always queen bishop f8.
Yeah, he would need a couple of moves to get to g7. He's not going to have the time here.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
So I think maybe f4 is a little bit early. Like I know the line is f3.
You mean f3?
f3.
Or,
Not f4 but f3.
oh, I see.
Like
Yeah.
f3 and queen e2 and castle long or queen e2. And I think a3 is in this position useful, so he needed to turn to this position, I think.
Yes, yeah. Once he decided to play f4 and knight bd7, the engines were already giving you like a small advantage, minus 0.5, minus 0.6, basically indicating that he has no ideal way to protect the center anymore.
Yeah, I think because of that. Yeah, but I was not sure. Like after taking is, I thought like there are some positions like after he took on e6, it's better for him. But I think it's not here.
Yeah, because usually when this works are lines when he can play knight takes g7 with a check when your king is on e8.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But I think maybe I analyzed something like this, and I think I saw that sacrificing at a moment is good. But I think he was castling long, and here I think it's not possible because he like lost a lot of moves, a3 and f4, like he was not already castled.
Yes. If against kingside castling, what do you think he would have done?
I think maybe queen c6. Yeah, queen c6. What?
Again, queen c6. I'm just debating between c4 or c6, but they both look good.
I think yeah, maybe c4 better. I think so.
Maybe c4.
C4 yes better.
Followed by rook e8, and there's no way he can protect this pawn.
Yeah, because of that I think castle long is better because he has some ideas of rook d4. Like I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure here like queen c6 is good or queen e8, but I think what I thought about queen e8 and if rook d4, knight c5. I think what I played is good.
Yeah,
sure.
what you played is perfect because it enabled you to activate both the queen and the rook very quickly.
Yeah, because that I thought like queen e8 is very passive.
That's true, yes.
Yeah, because rook e8. I think like here if he entered the end game, like if he exchanged everything, I'm not sure like he has some chances. Like what he played rook e1.
He played rook e1, knight takes e4, takes.
Yeah.
So
I think maybe he can enter this end game. Like he has an extra pawn. I think I'm better, but like I have some chances. Maybe g4, not g3 or
maybe g4. Okay, yeah. Then maybe
like
d5.
I think I'm better.
Yeah.
But yeah, I play d5, but I think he has some chances.
Yes, he could have some.
But I think of course I think I'm better. I'm not sure, but I think.
You probably play king to f7, bishop to d6, knight to f6.
Yeah, and activate my piece, and I think the position will be good.
Because I cannot see how white is going to use the rook anywhere because the e file will always be closed.
The only idea I think is to play like rook e3, rook c3. So he needs to move the bishop and then.
Oh yes, yeah.
But I think even if it's not possible, like it will take a long time, and at the moment, like I can even if I played like bishop d2 and rook e3, rook c3, I can play bishop c5.
Yeah. But I get what you're saying because if we got to this end game, we would still have had a long game to play, probably, right?
Yeah, I think so. It would be like take a lot of time. Yeah.
Take a lot of time because it felt to me like his whole approach was I'm not going to trade the queens and defend a horrible end game. I want to go down swinging, keeping the queens on the board. But then, it's actually black, the one who's attacking, not white.
Yeah, but because of that, I think like he was already very low on time, so I think end game is easier to play than his position. He needs a lot of calculation. Like from here, he started to make bad moves like b3.
Yeah.
It's very weakening.
What about king b1? What do you think he would have played here?
I think I would play knight e4.
Knight e4.
And like after
bishop c1.
bishop c1, I can like play something like queen f7 and then d5 and then activate my bishop.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it's good or not, but like maybe.
And it's hard to think of good ideas for white. Like.
Yeah, I think like even d5, what he'll play here, I'm activating my pieces.
Yeah.
And at the moment, he'll need to exchange, and the exchanging, I think, will be easy for me.
This and did you feel like when he played b3 that okay, now this has to be winning for black?
Yeah, I was a little bit like I'm a little bit sure like if it's winning. Like even here, I think the best move is queen e6. He needs queen e6 even is not possible because I would take on g2. Then he will not have any extra pawn. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
yeah, so even here queen e6 is not possible. So like
So he,
And I think what he played is not g4. He need to play bishop c3,
bishop c3.
like, and then maybe knight e4, bishop b2, and after I take king b1, and this bishop is very strong. Bishop b2, yeah,
And then takes king b1. And then at least he has a good bishop to play with.
yeah. I think the game would be very long than what happened, and I think he has some chances. His bishop is now very active.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe
Maybe here now, like knight g5 also is possible.
I'm thinking if it's okay for black to do something like this and go after this pawn.
Yeah, I think after knight c5, like what he will play.
I don't. It's really hard to
Like
think of a move because there's
Maybe
nothing.
I'm thinking about like g3 and rook f1. I'm not sure.
G3, and then the rook could go, the queen could go to D1, and then we have bishop E4 ideas now.
Yeah, so because that is also not possible.
Yeah, this looks.
He doesn't have like rook f1 ideas and then sacrificing on 8. F8. I'm not sure. Like rook f1 and after bishop e4 sacrificing on f8.
Sacrifices here, queen C8 check.
King f7.
And then the
Oh
knight.
yeah, yeah, it's not possible.
The knight will be the king's best friend again.
Yeah, it's not possible. Yeah, so I think what he played is maybe good, not very bad. Like after g4,
And then knight
but I
E4,
see knight e4, queen d3,
queen D3,
d5, king b2,
king to B2.
queen f6, queen e7. Yeah, queen e7. Bishop. I think maybe he rook a1. Like he need to play rook a1,
Yeah, so rook A1,
and then queen f6 check,
queen F6
and then
check.
c3. It's weakening. I know, but like it's the only thing he have. I think. But
Okay, yeah, after C3. So let's go. We had after bishop E4, queen F6 check, bishop C3.
I think not bishop c3 is totally a blunder, but c3.
C3, and
I'm also winning. I think like take on
we
f4.
can take on F4, and this is still going to be winning.
Yeah, because that I think, but it's better than what he did, of course. Like bishop c3 is a totally blunder. He was thinking that he can exchange the queens.
But then there's bishop takes A3,
Yeah, he didn't see it, so he played g5, knight
G5
a4.
check,
King c1 is the only move. Take if king d1, knight b2, so king d2, bishop b4.
king D2, bishop, and this was then he resigned, right?
Yeah, because any like king any on the e file, any square on the e file, queen e7 or queen e6, and if king c1 again, queen a1 checkmate, and if king d1, knight b2 or queen a1,
Oh, this
and if
is,
c3, queen takes c3, so like
we can take with the queen, play takes here,
and
Take-
take on a1,
takes the rook, and yeah, and then and then two
two
extra
pieces, yeah,
two
two extra pieces.
two extra pieces. Kevin, this was an awesome victory. I love playing the knight off with the black pieces myself. This felt like a really model victory on how to defeat the Sozin attack. This was really cool. Congratulations on your end.
Thanks.
Go get some food before the 5th round.
Yeah,
Good luck.
I hope
with
I can come to you again and I win a very good game like this. Yeah,
Excellent. We will be
Thanks.
looking forward to that. I'll
yeah,
talk. Best of luck. Best of luck, Kevin.
thanks. Nice to see you again. Bye.
Thank you. So we have lots of players to talk to right now. It seems that we might be able to get a word with Andrew Tang, who won another game and is sitting at 100%. He has beaten Joshua Colas. Let's take a look at the at how that game ended. We looked at the position up until rook to f6, and then queen e8 check, rook to f8, h5, knight to d7, and rook to g1, knight f6, queen to g6, and knight e4 check. He took the knight and opened up the g file with g5, or tried to. Colas did not allow, but now he has an h file problem. Looks like, however the cookie crumbles here, there's no escape for black. We have a check on h8, takes on g7, queen to h8, and in this position black resigned because against rook f8 we probably have g7 there. Let's see if we can get a word with Grandmaster Andrew Tang. That was quite the win.
Hi. Yeah.
Andrew strikes again. Congratulations, Andrew.
Thank you.
Quite the win. I was there was one moment in the game that I was feeling it for Josh, because when he plays right here, I ran an engine analysis on F6, and it turns out that this move works, but he has to find unbelievable defensive ideas for F6 to work out well.
Really?
And I was wondering if you had in practice, a knight d7 would have been a more solid way to try to defend the position there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I thought he was basically losing after F6, so curious what the engine says, but knight d7 for sure is what I expected.
Yeah. And then, of course, since queen h5 is running into knight f6, white still has to come up with attacking ideas on the king side. What were you thinking here? Maybe h4?
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't really sure at this point. Something like h4, g4. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not sure. Or just like rook d1.
Or, yeah.
But I wasn't sure.
I did had the engines at this point, and playing for the attack was a good idea, and also just going for the artificial queenside casting was giving you like 0.3, 0.4. You still had a slight advantage here. But with f6, queen h5, he had an unbelievable defensive idea that's superhuman to find with g6.
Sure.
And
I mean, I guess I don't have a crushing win after knight g6.
With and
Yeah.
then knight takes g6. The only move for black is then rook f7.
Right, I'm realizing now that my f4 pawn is loose, which is
because
the problem.
Once the knight moves there, c takes d4, and since you're running into queen b4 check after c takes d4, you end up having to take with the other pawn, and then queen takes f4 check, king d1, knight c6. I was talking to the audience about how the engine evaluates this as 0.00. So this was
okay.
yeah. So, okay, if you say so. But after h6 and queen g5 and queen g6 here, he's completely forced to play f5. We looked at this variation here with the audience, where you can sacrifice one of the rooks on f1 here, so that you play queen takes g7 check. You saw this line in the game, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I was just planning on playing bishop g6, but this is even easier.
Oh, I see.
With rook f1.
Oh,
it's like similar idea. I just win the rook on f8.
Oh, of course, yeah, because we have this, and this wins as well.
Yeah.
And then when he played f5, like g4 suggests itself, c takes d4, e takes d4, and this is like the London system dream here.
For real, yeah. I mean, he is definitely not holding together.
So we had check. And when he played here, you play the queen back to h5. Then finally he developed the knight, rook hg1, knight f6, and queen to g6. He was playing well at this point, but the problem is his position is already lost, and it doesn't matter how well he plays. It's just a matter of how black is going to get executed if white plays this correctly. But he always seems to be lost. Then you took his knight.
Thought he might play rook f6 there, but
right here, I see.
Yeah, I wanted to play g takes f5, but I mean, I think everything's still winning. But
if g takes
f5, that's funny.
And rook takes g6. Yeah. How does this go?
Yeah, so rook g6.
And
if he takes my bishop, I just play rook dg1.
Rook dg1.
And you can't stop either rook takes g7 or f6.
Or f6.
After f6, it's, yeah.
Oh, this completely winning. Yeah, that definitely wins then. And with f takes c4, g5, there doesn't seem to be a possible way. With rook takes f4, g takes h6, this is over. With h takes g5, you take with the rook, and you can triple up quickly. He tried to keep this file closed by playing h5. Then you took it. rook takes f4, and g6. It looks like every step of the way here, the engine is saying that you have only one move that wins, but it's the most natural looking one, and it's completely winning here. So check here. He played e3 with rook e2 check. You just played the king to d1, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he runs out of checks.
He runs out. Yeah. Check. Boom. And after this was the moment when he resigned, right? After queen h8. And against rook f8, you were planning on g7.
Yeah, just g7. Yeah, against either rook f8 or queen f8.
Yes.
If he plays king e7, I can just, instead of rook f8, I can just play queen h4, I think, and then king e8, g7.
Queen e8 and g7. Yeah, that is over. That is completely over as well. Andrew, thank you so much for taking a little time to talk with us, because you have to eat in between rounds.
Yeah.
Go get some food, and best of luck in the next round. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
And we might have a sequence of interviews now, because we might get a word with Mykola Bortnik. So let's run with let's take a look at his game. On Bortnik has defeated Mark Dodona. What was the moment we had stopped? On move 25, Mark Dodona had played bishop to d6, rook e1, knight d7. This is what happened. Then bishop a4, bishop takes c5, takes the knight, check on h2. This became wild. King takes, rook takes e2, and rook takes. Black was up a queen, but the price was way too steep. White has certainly an advantage here because of the material gains. Queen to e7, rook to d5. Three well-coordinated minor pieces tend to be stronger than a queen, and white also has an extra pawn here. f6, check. King to h8 and bishop to f4. Oof. Takes, and queen to e2. Bishop to e3. He picks up the pawn, and then c4. Queen to b4 and knight d2. f5 takes away the e4 square. The knight goes back to f3. h6, h4. King h7 and g3. Queen to a3 and king to g2. Okay, this was Mykola Bortnik's win, and it seems that we will be able to have a word with him. Let's transition into the interview page, and Mykola Bortnik will have a word with us. Mykola, thank you so much for taking a little bit of time to talk to us again. You have to get some food before the next round, but let's this became really, really wild. It seems to be a common thing in your games that it starts in a way that looks like we're going to have a well-behaved game, and then we don't. And then we have a game that's filled with chaos and tactics. This was another example.
Yes, I agree. It's the third game in a row like this. And I think this position is totally fine for white. I don't have a good development, but my plan is quite simple, right? To take on b5, for example. Oh, rook e6. I don't know, maybe it's not the best, but looks interesting. I go after the pawn on b5.
I was wondering with the audience, when you played rook a6, if you might have been thinking about playing c4 followed by bishop a4.
Yes, but it doesn't work, right? If, for example, bishop e7,
yes,
c4, he can go queen d7, I guess.
Queen
if I take,
if
I take knight b4, yeah, I didn't like it.
That is true. Okay, so you played the rook to b6, and if he wants to protect that pawn, he can still play knight a7 here if he wants to play passively.
Oh, knight a7 looks not great, but maybe it works. So if I just go h3,
if we go h3 and then he doesn't take
queen e2 maybe.
Yeah. Oh.
So some pressure on e5.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's equal. Right. My rook in a weird position.
He can still try to play knight d7 because that protects the pawn and attacks your rook.
Yeah, bishop b3.
Oh,
Oh
bishop-
no, rook e6. So rook e6 maybe also good.
yeah, rook a6. Then, yeah, then where does this knight move? Because if it goes back here,
I wanted to go for the end game.
yeah,
Trade queen somehow. If it's possible.
looks like queen e4 looks interesting here. Trading, and
Yeah.
and then playing pawn takes. If the knight attacks the rook like this, you have rook b6.
Yeah, so it's not easy to choose a good plan for black. That's exactly what I wanted.
Definitely not easy. And then he made the decision not to take the pawn on d3 here, right? Did you think when he played bishop f5 and you played queen to e2 that he was going to take?
Yes, I thought he is going to take, but if you take, I can take twice and play rook b6. And it's unclear how to save the pawn. Maybe rook c8.
Rook c8.
Yeah, rook c6 doesn't work. There is rook c6, knight e5, rook e6 pin. And then so here I can play knight c4.
Yeah. Knight c4. Then if he pushes, maybe you can even play the king to e2 first.
King e2, rook c6. Also interesting. I don't know if it works. Rook c6, knight f5.
6 knight f. Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, rook e6, take. Probably king bishop e3. Take bishop
Takes,
e3. Then
bishop
king d2.
Then this pawn looks very
Hard
weak
to.
now.
Yeah, yes, and the other one as well. So it's
Maybe-
hard to say.
Even if
King
you
d2.
if he plays here, king to d2, yeah, takes. Then you can take you take with the knight, and because after this,
Rook a1. No.
oh yeah, no, this is much better. This has to be much better. And then so instead of bishop takes d3, he played the queen to d7. He tried to target your rook.
Well, yes, but I would be happy to give up this rook for the bishop.
Yeah, and so he played e4. He found a way to win the exchange, but your light squared bishop became amazing after that.
Exactly, and the pawn on e4 as well. So I always have e5.
And the pawn on e4. There was one crazy moment that I was analyzing with the audience when he plays the queen to g4 and you castle kingside. It turns out that it's possible for him to play queen takes c4, not knight takes, because after rook e1, c4 is not going to do anything special for him because you can take here with the queen. And then, of course, against knight
Oh, I
f-
see. Mm-hmm.
But by taking with the queen against rook e1, he's not completely lost after c4.
Yes, it's interesting. I didn't see that, but even here, probably white plays where we're not the black.
Yeah.
I can take my knight d6 and move my bishop. I don't know, d5 maybe.
Yeah.
Or d3.
Exactly. And the engine evaluation was slight advantage for white, like plus 0.5, things like that. You have the bishop there and the passed pawns on the queen side. You're the one with the better position here as well.
So castle king side is wrong, right? If they can take on e4.
Yes. So e5 was the strongest move. Was there anything about this move that bothered you during the game?
I thought knight d5.
Oh, I see.
Just knight d5 and knight f4 maybe. I don't know.
I see.
I didn't like to give him any counterplay.
And play with opposite colored bishops here as well, maybe. Yeah. But
Yes, and as you see, I don't have a passed pawn, so I need to create it, and
yeah.
it takes time.
of course.
Also, he has some counterplay on the queen side, like rook b8. maybe.
like rook b8
So
there. Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to say.
With king. So let's just see what the engine will say about this diagram here. So it's plus 1.70, starting with g3 first, and after queen g4, playing the rook to a1, rook to a7, bishop to c4, king to g2, and this type of formation is being suggested. And around plus 1.5, 1.6. incredibly hard to see during the game, but that's what the,
Yes, I agree.
this
And
is ridiculously hard.
I think in this position it's not a big difference. It's like +1 or plus 1.5.
Exactly. Yeah. So after bishop c2, the game got really wild when he made the decision to pin the pawn and play knight e7. So it was very tactical. Everything depended on calculation here.
I think it's the best option for him to create some complications on the board, because otherwise I would play, like, for example, if not bishop d6, what else? Knight d7.
Yeah.
Rook d1. Rook d1.
Yeah, and then maybe knight f8, but yeah, it looks like if he doesn't go for counterplay and he just allows you to grind him down positionally, it's just his suffering will never end.
Yes. I would play like 70 moves, but eventually.
Exactly. And then with bishop, he wanted to make things dirty here and try to force you into a calculation war, but
Actually, he was close, because if I play bishop f4, I think it's a mistake.
if you play bishop f4,
Yeah, knight takes c5.
knight takes c5, bishop takes
Yes,
c5. Oh,
bishop takes
oh,
c5.
he's gonna have f6 at the end there.
Yes, that's what I mean. Take, queen e2, and f6.
Oh, there's no bishop b3 check. Oh, so he's in the game here completely. He might be.
Or yes, or if I play after knight e5, knight takes c5, so it's the same, right? Take queen e2, and now f6 after a bit.
and now f6.
So, and again, I don't have any good move.
I'm
with
just
my knight.
thinking about bishop a4.
But opposite colors bishop, you know.
Yeah,
It's a
okay,
big
bishop
chance.
takes c5 here. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yes, bishop c1.
Bishop
It's hard to
C1.
win.
No, this is gonna be a draw. So you found bishop a4, pinning his knight there, and then he went for bishop takes c5. This position looks super hard to calculate. If he takes with the knight on e5, you take his rook.
Yes, rook e8, and I see knight e5, rook e5, but
Knight takes c5, rook
Sure.
e5.
yes, and maybe I can go like queen d2 or queen f1.
Queen to d2, or even bishop to e3, maybe.
Maybe bishop e3.
Yeah, it's just
And,
a clean pawn.
but it's better because I have the same color bishops.
Same color bishops, and if you can get the king to c4, this endgame could be over pretty quickly.
Yes, yeah.
So he took with the bishop, and then we had bishop takes d7. It looked at on this position, playing the queen to d1, attacking the knight and keeping. This is not me. This was engine analysis. The knight is pinned, and then he seems to be lost.
Yeah. So I didn't see that. I quickly played bishop takes d7 because I found this variation where I have two pieces against like
King takes.
queen.
Yeah.
Yes, I thought it's easy win for white because if I trade rocks, eventually I will create a pass pawn on the queen side, and
And
doesn't have any chance.
And once you coordinate well, 3 minor piece against the queen and create a passed pawn, the queen tends to be hopeless in that type of strategy.
Yes, but it's hard to connect all my pieces like together, and
Yeah.
you look at my bishop and so on.
So we had rook d6. We had rook d6, queen here, and he was really trying to make your rook uncomfortable.
Yeah, he did well.
But then bishop.
Oh, bishop g5. Maybe knight d5 was better. I'm not sure, but I wanted to trade rocks.
Okay.
I wanted to trade rocks,
Oh,
so I played bishop g5.
Because with f6 you can play the knight there, with
Knight there or bishop e6. It's always an option.
or bishop e6, and then here
Yeah.
we had a check. King to h8, bishop to f4, and queen to e2. He was able to get the pawn on b2, but he can't stop. He takes that pawn, but there's nothing he can attack ever again.
Yeah, so my plan is to play g3 h4, king g2, avoid any potential checks, for example.
Yes.
And 92, 94, or if he plays f5, then I can go back and play 95, 97, or 93. Queen alone cannot stop all these threats.
Yeah. So to everyone in the audience watching, so here we get a prime example of how three minor pieces will absolutely outplay a queen, to the point that the queen is completely hopeless. Once they coordinate this well, the queen simply cannot compete with did he resign when you play king g2?
Yes, he resigns.
Okay, yeah, the position.
Because he saw that 95 is coming, and then 97 or 93.
And
yes, later I take the pawn.
you take the pawn, and then you have the passed pawn. F5 is going to be weak as well.
And also he cannot push his pawns on the king side and open the position. Maybe one chance when you have the queen is to open the position and try to find a perpetual, but it's unreal in this situation.
Like, he cannot even produce a check. He cannot even produce a check. There's nothing. Nice technical win, and once again outplaying your opponent in calculation, Mikola. I'm always looking for that in your games when people, they take you to positions where concrete calculation is necessary. I'm always paying attention to say, okay, they're provoking Mikola, and we'll see what's going to happen here. This was another case when you reacted really well under pressure with good calculation. This was nice to see.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm not sure if rook a6, rook b6 is really good. Probably not, but it was a great decision in this game somehow.
I looked at the engine analysis at that point, and it basically said that it was equal, but you even with the best move, all you had there was like 0.3, and so it was a good plan.
Mm-hmm.
It was a good plan there.
All right.
All right.
Because yesterday I got this experience when I had two equal moves, but one of them was wrong. So
yeah. Nice.
All right.
Go get some food and get ready for the evening round. Good luck to you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, so that is our fourth interview in a row. Let's see if we're going to have more. Mikola is so good. I agree with you, Slutty Type I. He is good. He is so good. Listen, my FIDE rating is around Mikola. So on paper, Mikola Bortnik and I, we are the same playing strength, but I'm going to be very honest. I don't think I calculate variations at his level. It's not calculating variations deeply is not my strongest suit. I am more of a positional classical player. We'll take a look at, so let's see what happened on board number 10. We're going to take a really quick look at this game because we might have the opportunity to talk to the winner, Lin Zhu, playing the black pieces. Against Miles Hinson. Let's take a look at that game. Black won this game. We had a Sicilian Najdorf. With bishop e2, e5, knight b3. It's amazing that these players, they take some time to talk to us here because like it's a double round. They have another game to play. They have to get some food in their system and maybe do a little bit of prep and rest before the round. So it's awesome that they take the time to speak with us about their impressions on their games a little bit. Knight d2, knight c7. Seems to be a well-played opening by both, and it's going to be decided by who understands the typical middle games better. Black plays knight a6. Black is interested in exploiting the dark squares there with both the knights. Okay, now B takes A4 doesn't look good, and black has to have an advantage now. This cannot be a good decision. Black's pawn structure is incredible now. Rook takes A4, knight to B3, and queen to C7. King to H1, rook to A6, knight takes C5, knight takes C5. White tries to defend his position with opposite colored bishops. F4, pawn takes, rook F3, G5. This attack on the king side apparently is not going to work. It doesn't look like it's a very promising one. Rook to H4, queen to G6, queen takes B7, queen C6. Oh, that rook is in trouble. And then pawn to F3. Queen to H3, queen G3, trades, H5, king to G2, rook to A7, rook to A3, bishop to B1, and pawn to F. Oh, pawn to F4 looks good. Check, king, H4, D6, rook F6, rook takes D6. And then after F3, white resigned the game. So that was another win for the Sicilian Najdorf with the black pieces. It's a great day. It's a great day for the Sicilian Najdorf. We'll see if we have the opportunity to speak with the winner, with the young Lin Shizu. And it seems that is going to be the case. All right. We are here with the winner of board number 10, playing a fantastic Sicilian Najdorf with the black pieces. Congratulations on your win, Zhu.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So your FIDE rating is 2113. Can you let us know how old you are?
I'm 10 years old.
He's 10 years old and rated 2113. Is this your highest FIDE rating so far?
No, I think I probably got to like 2140 before.
21.
And I dropped a bit. Yeah.
Okay. How far would you say you would like to get in chess if you keep training and playing?
Well, my goal is obviously to become world champion someday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This is awesome. I mean, being 10 years old and rated above 2100 is extremely impressive. Let's take a look at your game. Can you let us know, as far as your opening theory, how far did your theoretical knowledge go in this game? When were you out of book?
Well, I have like some files in the Najdorf. So I think, yeah, so this is all my prep so far after like 8.
Okay. So you're
yeah, so yeah, I'm what?
So your opponent played knight d5 here?
Yeah.
And now it's one of those moments where we have to decide if you want to take with the knight or the bishop.
Yeah, I think they're both possible, but like I think that taking with the bishop is more in my style. It's like more suitable for me. And then yeah, after ED-A5, yeah, I have some files in this one. This is still my prep.
Oh, nice. So kingside castling, knight to A6. Looking at the game, Zhu, I had the impression that your opponent did not manage his pawn structure on the queen side very well, right?
Yeah.
Because when, for example, here when knight d7 is played, it could be a good idea for him to play b4 directly, try to take the c5 square away from your.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking during the game. But yeah, b3 kind of surprised me.
Do you think you would have taken en passant here?
Probably, but yeah.
Yeah.
And then maybe like
knight a6.
maybe
perhaps?
yeah, knight a6.
And still
Yeah.
try to blockade the dark squares there.
Yeah, this is basically like the plan in this in this opening, like you're trying to like blockade the dark squares and go for some f5 push.
And go for some f5 push on the king side. There you go.
Yeah, and perhaps maybe some bishop g5 to trade off the dark squared bishop.
That's true. That would be the dream. If you can trade off your dark squared bishops and then you put a knight on c5, the other one on b4, and you play f5, that means black is better.
Yeah.
And then with f5, f3, knight a6. So this was when he made the decision to capture the a pawn. Maybe he thought he could get something going on the b file against this pawn, but you always have a knight on c5 defending b7 anyway.
Yeah, I think he spent a long time on this move. I was definitely not expecting him to take on a4. Like, it's just like not a very natural move. Like, so after like knights, you're just like destroying your whole pawn structure.
Yeah.
And
did you have anything in mind during the game that you thought he would play while he was thinking about b takes a4?
I don't know. I was barely on the board at this moment. I was watching some games.
I see. So b takes a4, knight c5, queen to c2, rook takes a4, knight to b. So if anybody is better here, it already has to be black?
Yeah, I have a feeling that he probably missed queen c7.
Oh.
With
because
so
since you take here with the check, he can never really go after your rook on a4.
Yeah.
So he took the king to h1, so you don't have a check on that diagonal, but now you have time to move the rook away.
Yeah.
And then knight takes c5, you capture with the knight, and he decided to take it another time. Was it an easy decision for you to take with the pawn instead of the queen?
Yeah, it was quite easy. I mean, like, it's opposite card bishops. I need to get some kind of attack. So I was just planning to play, like, rook h6, e4.
Oh, beautiful. And then, so you played here. And then it feels like black is the one with the initiative, but it was probably not necessary for him to play f4, right?
Yeah, f4 is just not, it's just, like, blundering a pawn. I mean, if you want to look at it. So it's like,
yeah.
I mean, maybe he thought that he can open the e-file and get counterplay, but I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, he probably he might have been like a bit frustrated with like the lack of targets to attack, and so
yeah.
Because for example, if he places a rook on the b file, it's really doing nothing at the moment. It's not difficult. For example, like in a position like this, you can either protect this pawn or maybe already have ideas connected with an attack against h2 like that.
Yeah.
So it's so he plays f4. And did you consider playing e4 at all, or was e takes f4 the only move you considered here?
Yeah, I was thinking about e4, but I thought so after, let's say, e4, bishop e2, maybe like bishop d6.
Maybe bishop d6 and then pawn to g3.
Yeah.
Then we can have some g5 takes and rook g6 maybe.
Yeah.
With queen d2 and queen g7.
Yeah. So I basically just missed this idea. But I think e takes f4 also is pretty good.
So I have the engines on now, and they say that your move is the best. Your move is the best. So this is slightly better for black. This is a lot better for black.
I just found it fun to just grab a pawn.
and he tried to get an attack going on the h file, but it's really hard to make something happen with just a rook and nobody else.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking. I thought rook f3 and rook h3 is basically like very suicidal because he's just asking for his rook to be trapped. Like seriously.
No, that is true. Well, he's trying to be consistent with his f4 move. This is the idea that he had, but a rook cannot do a whole lot on its own without any help.
Yeah, because like since f5 is covered, he doesn't even have time to play like queen e2, queen h5 because I could just squeeze like g4 in, and
that's true.
I mean his rook is just trapped on h4. There's nowhere to go.
And it felt like the way you got a winning position was making a sequence of very natural looking moves because your pawn structure is so strong on the king side now.
Yeah.
So we had this.
I think So after queen g6, queen b7.
Queen takes b7.
Yeah, I think maybe rook f7 is a small inaccuracy.
Okay.
I think h5 was just like easier.
Oh. And then queen g5 next.
Yeah, because rook f7 gives him counterplay with like queen c6 and queen d6.
Oh, that's true.
So yeah.
So let's see if the engine is going to confirm your idea here, Zoo. And yes, h5 is the best move. The evaluation is minus 5.8.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking. I saw h5 right after I made my move.
So here it dropped down from minus 5.8 to minus 2.7.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking. Now it's like white actually has something to play for. I mean, like it's harder to play this position.
And then,
Because I mean, yeah, because I'm losing a pawn. And so here actually, queen h3, I don't think is accurate either. I think here he has just queen c5.
oh, queen h3, queen takes c5. And then if
Yeah.
g3, queen to g1.
Yeah, and rook g7, queen g2.
Rook g7, queen to g2, maybe queen to h4.
Yeah, but I mean now the win gets like harder. And
Yeah,
harder.
way harder. Yeah, way harder. That's true.
Yeah.
It's not as clear anymore. So after f3 and here, maybe
Yeah, so I think.
maybe play
Yeah, rook
this
g7.
first to prepare g3.
Mhm.
And if he plays the queen here to trade,
I mean, this endgame is probably just winning for black.
yeah, this is looking really good. Well, white
Yeah.
should be lost here.
And yeah, and if the G file opens, then there's all like these ladder mate threats.
There you go. But I don't think there was any moment in this latter portion of the game where he really had a chance to fight back, right?
Yeah,
So
I think the reason he didn't find queen takes c5 is I think he had like very low time.
I see. Yeah,
Yeah.
but even here, the engine is evaluating this as minus 2.1. So you still had a big advantage regardless.
Yeah.
So rook a3, bishop to b1, f4 was a fantastic. Maybe he didn't see this coming. Maybe he didn't see this move.
Yeah. I was basically planning f4 with rook a3.
I see. And then there's a check.
And fg4 I think was like desperation. I don't think
if
f.
he takes
Yeah,
the
I
other
think
pawn,
if he takes, I probably would play rook takes f4. That's what I was thinking during the game.
and then f takes
then-
g4.
So here I have choices. So I could take on f2 or I could take on g4. But I think taking on g4 is like more accurate
Taking on
because
g4.
then
Then you can take c4.
yeah,
Then you can take c4. This has to be over.
this is just winning.
This has to be over. So here, rook takes check, h takes g4. He does not have this because you have the intermediate check first and take his rook.
Yeah, I think even if I took his rook after rook takes f4, I think I'll still be winning.
That's true.
Yeah.
D6, rook f6, and now there's a mate on h6 there. He was able to get away from the mating threat, but then now he's going to be down a rook, and this is lost. We're having a great round for the Najdorf. International master Kevin George of Egypt also won a great game against the Sozin attack today. But it felt like you simply understood the pawn structure better than your opponent, and that's where you outplayed him, simply understanding the typical plans that arise by playing the pawn structure of the Najdorf correctly. So it's really cool to see a player of your age talking.
Yeah, because my mom always tells me that I should not only remember the moves of the line, but also remember the ideas. So if my opponent like plays something out of my preparation, I know what to do because I know the ideas.
And it's very clear that you understand the typical middle games here really well. This was a very well played Najdorf. Felt like a model win on how to exploit typical mistakes in the Najdorf. Congratulations on your win, Zoo. And best
Thank you.
Best of luck in the next round. We'll be rooting for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
So I don't want to stop doing interviews anymore. Give me more people to interview. Young Bobby Fischer. He's a young Gukash, wholesome kid. Absolutely. He is, seems to be super, super sharp. And he talks strategy. You know, when he talks to someone that young, most common thing is, you know, they will talk about moves. And he's talking about decisions and options, and he's manipulating the pawn structure. And I was trying this whole interview not to demonstrate to him how impressed I am. And according to him, he wants to be world champion. It might be the case that in the future, I will be able to say that I had the honor of interviewing the world champion. What a win. What a game. Let's take a look at what went on in Grandmaster Michael Rhodes' game. So we had stopped Michael Rhodes' game on move 16. Bishop c4, bishop to e4. Then he played rook takes d8, bishop takes c2, rook takes a8 and knight e5. So Nathaniel Moore was able to get a draw after suffering in a really bad position for quite some time. He still seems to be suffering here. f3, a6, rook to e2 and bishop to f5 and g4. Bishop g6 and knight e5. Bishop goes back to e8, h4 and b5. Bishop e6 and rook d8. Check and king g8. g5 and check. h2 and knight e5. G takes h6, g takes h6. Rook check. Bishop g7. Knight f6. This seems to have been the final position, and this game ended in a draw. By the looks of it, Nathaniel Moore was struggling and he was suffering, and he was able to stay in the game, defending tenaciously and making sure that the opponent's advantage was getting smaller and smaller every time. So with a lot of patience, he was able to end up getting a draw there. Let's take a look at another game here. Let's take a look at Jasmine Sue's win against Brian Lin. She was able to win this game. Brian Enming Lin was enjoying a sizable advantage as black there. F takes it. Oh, we have something. Of course, this did not happen. Let me try to figure this out. There's a problem with the DGT board on this one. I think I know what happened. This is detective work. This is Sherlock Holmes work, but I think I know what happened. So rook d7 was not played, and of course all of this here did not happen because a rook was simply up for grabs there. What probably happened was after rook takes d5, which was played, probably. We had f takes e4, rook e5, rook f3, queen to g6, queen to f4, and then Brian doubled the rooks. This looks very logical, very logical. This is probably what happened. Charlie 3336 is following us, and so is Ahmed Salah. Awesome to have you guys. Thank you so much. The Marshall Chess Clubs appreciates you. So I think that's what happened, and that's the diagram we have in front of us, where Brian Lynn still seems to have quite the advantage. How did Jasmine win this game? Queen e5. And if this was another heartbreaker of a game where Brian Lynn is outplaying his opponent and then he loses because of... That's okay, that's okay. That's okay, MGR. Because Brian Lynn has been having issues with one move blunders that throw away a surefire win, you know? So, yeah, but then we have knight b7, knight c6, rook e2 check, king f3, rook takes b2. Knight b4 and rook b3. Because Brian Lynn is completely winning now. Black is completely winning for sure. And he found a really creative way to improve the position. Certainly it's not necessary to play like that. If we play bishop b4 check and pick up a third pawn, well, that cannot happen at the moment, but after knight c5, then the e4 square is under control. So bishop b4 check is a threat, and then the pawn on g2 hangs, and this would be an advantage of 3 pawns. This would be game over. But Brian played rook b3, huh? Bishop takes, he took with the a pawn. Wow. Oh, this is what he missed. This is what he missed. Oh, that hurts. That's me every game, Slutty Type 5. Ouch, that hurts. He's completely lost now because the king catches the d pawn and the rook will catch the b pawn. And now Jasmine is just winning. A5, knight takes a5, rook takes b2, knight c4 check, king f7, rook to d8, king a6, rook to d4, knight e5, king e3, g5, c4, and f4, e4, and pawn pushes, c5 and knight c4, c6 and knight check, king to f3, knight b5, rook takes d2, king to g4, and rook to d7, and Brian resigned. I want to have the engines analyze this crazy position here. Around move 36, right here. Is black winning here or not? Black is winning still. How? Oh my God. This is the move of the tournament, guys. Never crossed my mind. Brian Enming Lin also didn't see it. Black to play. This is the puzzle of the tournament. This is the puzzle of the 2024 Marshall Chess Club Championship. This is a study-like position. Black to play and win. Black to play and force white to resign. Who can... Wow, if Brian played this move, he's going to be... He would be in every chess website. I'm going to give you guys a moment here. Who would like to try to find the move which would have forced Jasmine's resignation? Brian was winning. This works. Whoa. Gensma. Gensmahot. Do I pronounce that in English? In French, it would be O at the end. Mao. I'm going to say Gensmahot. Is that okay? You're very welcome being here with us anyway. So force a draw is mentioning knight c5, but knight c5 still allows knight b2. And so after knight a4, knight to d1, b2, knight takes b2, knight takes, king to e4, and white wins. So knight c5 is a good try, but that's not the one. French is correct. I'm originally from the former French colony of Dominica. Mao is my native village there. Oh, this is so awesome. This is so cool. That's the name of your native village. So cool to have you here with us, my friend. It's also a former British colony. So are you fluent in both French and English? You're native in both. Je parle un peu de français moi aussi. But I would say my number one foreign languages is English. I'm a foreign language enthusiast, always have been. I have different levels of fluency in 6 different languages. It's okay. St. Lucia is also bilingual. Same colonial history. I'm going to look up some more of this later on. This is cool. All right, so the move that wins for black here is b4. Can you imagine if Brian Lin found this? So rook b3 works. Bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes d3. Black is completely lost unless black plays b4 and black is completely winning. The point is that after a takes b4, c takes d3, the rook cannot go to b4 to attack the b file anymore. And black promotes. If white takes with the other pawn, this is unbelievable, but there's no way to stop the b pawn either. Ha. And if knight takes b4, pawn to b2. After b4, white can resign. Normal is super. Schubert, our chess friend Schubert found the move, but he did not have the follow-up. It was b4. I'm going to show everybody this diagram. We got to take a picture of this. This is the diagram of the tournament. Black to play and win. B4 and white resigns. So if B4, A takes B4, C takes D3, there's no way to stop this pawn from promoting, because this maneuver which Jasmine was able to play in the game is no longer possible. This is bananas. Oh. That was crazy. That was just crazy. Okay, so all the games are over, and we're going to finish up our broadcast of round number 4. By taking a look at what happened in White's victory when Aditya Das, he was suffering from a slightly inferior position, but he was able to get a win against Leif Pressman. Let's see how that happened. The evaluation certainly is a slight advantage for Black at this point. So let's see how White was able to win this game. So we had a bishop endgame. That does look winning for Black. So Black is going for the queenside pawns. Oh, I see. This could get dangerous. This is pawn endgame training, guys. This is pawn endgame training. Black probably should not have allowed this move. The next round, round number 5, is wait. Let me quickly make sure of this, but I believe it's 5:30 p.m. It's going to start in 1 hour and 10 minutes. Yes. 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's going to begin in 1 hour and 10 minutes. So my whole point is that King A5 loses because of this pawn breakthrough right here. F6 and H6, and White wins. So this is pawn endgame training. A move that should win for Black completely here is after H4, play G6 then. Against G5, H5, or against H5, then you take and pick up this pawn, and Black is winning. H5, bishop to E1. G5, king C7, and F5. E takes F5 and E6. Wow. You got a feel for Leif Pressman. He went from winning to losing so quickly here. Wow, bishop d4. Because g7 is coming. King takes e6, bishop takes c5. Bishop f6, bishop takes a7, f4. So this was Aditya Das's win against Leif Pressman. And then the last game to look at is the draw in board number 4 with Aaron Jacobson versus John Hughes. We had stopped on move 19 here. Okay, so b6, bishop b4, knight d5. Bishop a4, bishop d7. Great fighting spirit here for Aaron Jacobson. He did not want to draw. But now Black seems to be the one playing for the win. E5, knight takes a4. Trades and invades the 7th rank. B3, king e6. F4, rook to d8, attempting to double the rooks on the 7th rank. G6. Not doubling the rooks here on the 7th because then rook takes G7 protects G2. So he plays G6 first, and now this is a thing. White is up 2 pawns, but Black's rooks are too strong. And Black is actually the one playing for a win. Wow. Rook e7, check. King g1. Check. Rook to d2. Okay. The worst has passed. If Black had true winning chances, it was at some point earlier, not here. And this is going to be the classic Philidor draw. And John Hughes decided not even to attempt a win. At that level, this is a bit of a trivial draw. Are the standings available online? Yes, they are, but we might not have the updated standings after round number 4. But I believe we might have at least the standings for the previous round. Let's see if that's the case. So before this round, we had Kamrakulov and Andrew Tang at 3 points each. So Andrew Tang wins, and he's the only player with a 100% score. And Karmakulov has 3.5, and with the bye which he took now. Michael Rode stays at 3 points with today's draw, and Mikola Bortnik goes up to 3 points as well. Jasmine Sue also goes up to 3. Yeah. While Aaron Jacobson with his draw, and Eddie and John Hughes as well, they go up to 2.5 points, as well as International Master Jay Bonin. But Egyptian International Master Kevin George is up to 3 points as well. All right, guys. Thank you for putting up with me. Must not be an easy task listening to me talk for 4.5 hours. But I have some good news. You will not listen to my voice for the next 1 full hour. I promise you. Polycroc is following us. That is the last follow of the 4th round. And I guess I will see you guys in 1 hour for round number 5. Please be here. Come on. Be here.